Check, check. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. 1 2 check. Hey, hey. Let me check the French.
Okay, so this.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the echo is still there.
The echo is still there. Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
the echo is still there. If I'm speaking into
oh,
French, if
okay.
I'm speaking into,
Yeah. Okay. Let me check something else. Okay. I'm trying to do something, but I don't know where is the issue. The echo. Okay. Maybe it's because it was too loud from our side, and plus I have the listeners on my phone, so maybe from my side the echo is normal because I can hear me when I speak. But for French interpretation, I don't know why there is an echo because nothing goes in and out. Uh, it just goes out for you. So from my side, I don't know what I can do. Yeah, exactly. Oui, oui. Ouais, donc du coup, alors, ce que j'ai essayé de faire, je vais vous parler avec le micro. Ce que j'ai essayé de faire, c'est déjà de baisser l'envoi de nos micros parce que c'était un peu trop fort. Je pense que ça doit moins buzzer à votre niveau. Ensuite, bah, c'est à peu près tout ce que je peux faire à ce niveau-là. Quand vous parlez français, là, ça fait toujours des échos. Ah, sur le canal anglais, je vous entends pas et vous m'entendez un peu mal parce que j'étais peut-être loin du micro. J'ai pas activé le canal anglais de mon côté, donc je peux pas vous écouter de ce côté-là. Voilà. Ouais. Là, ça va. Ok. Alors peut-être qu'au niveau de l'application, c'est resté bloqué sur le canal. Excusez-moi, ouais, je parle loin du micro parce que voilà. Oui, oui. Enfin, pas sur, pas en ce moment, mais oui. Très bien. Vous êtes d'accord. Ross, ok, très bien. Impeccable. Bon, et ben écoutez, j'espère que c'est bon pour vous et puis bah, je vous souhaite une bonne réunion. À plus tard. Au revoir.
Isso. Oi. Ah. E. Oi. Ah.
Hello. Good morning, colleagues, partners, and friends. I think we're ready to start. We're a bit over time, so I want to make sure we have enough time for presentations and for the discussion today. My name is Caroline Rossholm. I am the Regional Head of Program for East and Southern Africa with the Norwegian Refugee Council. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to today's session, Somalia in Action, Forest Landscape and Vegetation Restoration, Driving Climate Change. Somalia is often viewed through the lens of crisis, yet today we have highlighted a different and equally important narrative, one of environmental restoration, community leadership, and long-term climate resilience. Across the country, communities, government institutions, and partners are working together to restore degraded forest and rangeland areas, regenerate vegetation, and strengthen livelihoods. These initiatives are revitalizing ecosystems, supporting food security, and contributing to peace and stability. So today, this session brings together government leaders, researchers, and practitioners to share progress, innovations, and lessons from Somalia's forest and vegetation restoration efforts. I'm delighted to begin with our opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Abdikani Baro, Chief Negotiator with the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, to deliver his welcoming remarks. We are honored to have you here, Mr. Baro. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this important session, Somalia in Action, Forest Landscape and Vegetation Restoration, Driving Climate Resilience. Today, we came together to highlight Somalia's progress in restoring degraded land, degraded forest, and vegetation landscapes, work that is strengthening climate resilience, improving food security, and protecting biodiversity across our nation. Somalia continues to face significant climate challenges, from recurring droughts to severe floods and land degradation. Yet, communities across the country are demonstrating remarkable leadership through locally driven restoration initiatives that are bringing degraded lands back to life and creating new opportunities for sustainable livelihoods. We are honored to have with us Mr. Abdulrazak Ahmed Ali, Director General of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, who will deliver the keynote address and share the Ministry's vision and leadership on ecosystem restoration and resilience. Thank you all for being here, and we look forward to an engaging and inspiring discussion. Please welcome DJ Abdulrazak. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished guests and partners. It's a pleasure to welcome you as we highlight Somalia's commitment to restoring forest and vegetation landscapes as a foundation for climate resilience. Somalia remains on the front line of climate impacts. Droughts, floods, and land degradation continue to threaten livelihoods and biodiversity. Yet our communities demonstrate remarkable resilience, taking action to rehabilitate degraded lands and protect the natural resources that sustain them. Under the leadership of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Somalia is advancing community-driven reforestation, assisted natural regeneration, and sustainable land management. These efforts are improving soil fertility, strengthening food security and livelihoods, and contributing to peace building. Guided by traditional knowledge, science, and strong policies, our restoration agenda aligns with the NAB, NDC, the Common Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. For Somalia, restoration is not only environmental, it is central to national resilience and sustainable development. Our achievements are driven by strong collaboration among government, communities, civil society, and international partners. Together we are strengthening institutions, improving seed and tree management, promoting efficient water use, and expanding restoration efforts through financial and technical support. These partnerships embody a shared vision of restored landscapes that derive stability, prosperity, and ecological balance. Our goal is to make Somalia a model of locally led ecosystem restoration, where healthy forests support climate adaptation, food security, and peace. I call on all partners to continue working with the Somali people and government to invest in restoration, empower communities, and build a greener, more resilient Somalia. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali, for your inspiring and forward-looking remarks and for outlining Somalia's national vision for climate resilience and restoration. We will now move to a technical presentation that gives us a deeper look into practical progress on the ground. I am pleased to invite Dr. Badal Ahmed Hassan, Senior Biodiversity and Forest Advisor at the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Somalia, to present latest insights and achievements in forest landscapes and vegetation restoration. Dr. Badal, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much and good morning to you, and I welcome you. Thank you for Caroline and the keynote speakers for welcoming us. So the presentation today is about the forest and vegetation landscape restoration. It's a piloting project which is actually supported by the government of Finland, and it highlights the result we gained in this project. In briefly, Somalia agroecologically is arid and semi-arid land, which is characterized as low precipitation and higher evapotranspiration, which is prone to recurring droughts, floods, and susceptible for any environmental change. This is not confined only to Somalia. It's globally 41% of the land is actually considered as a dry land, and the Horn of Africa is approximately 70% also a dry land ecosystem. So the dry land ecosystem, or the forest, trees, forest, and other vegetation is in the Horn of Africa, in Somalia in that particular. It is not, as the DG has said, it is not only for environmental protection, but it's the sustenance of the livelihood of our people, as well as the backbone of our national economy. More than 40% of our export earnings actually come from livestock that depends on free grazing livestock production system. So primarily livelihood sources of our citizens comes from there, and also it's the safety net of our people. In the response to the extreme events like droughts, for example, the only remaining that people actually go for survival is the forest. We have 3 products that are actually only available in such situation, like the aromatic resins is a good example of that. That trees exude resins when it's really dry and hot. So according to the land degradation neutrality targets in 2020, approximately 30% of our land area is severely degraded. Also, the forest cover has been reduced from 8.3 million hectares to only approximately 6 million hectares in 2020. This is according to the NAP 2025 that has been presented actually last week. So the major causes of land degradation in Somalia has been studied. This was part of my, my doctoral study publication. And the study was collected, the data was collected in the central part of Somalia. So the drought was the major cause, but also tree cutting for charcoal production, as I said, as a means of survival. People do that, overgrazing, of course, and then the other phenomena, it's the reservoir or the settlement increasing, because we know that water points and also villages are the starting point of desertification. So that is the reason, because of the drought, people are actually coming to our settlements. That is why the settlements are increasing. And the result is more displaced former pastoral households, as well as land degradation that actually, because of the gully erosions and all this. I took this picture in 2005, and I can imagine at this time how big this gully could be. So in 2012, it was an outcry that Somalia was the leading export of charcoal production, because that was what happened. And the national response was that the federal government of Somalia wrote a bill to the Security Council to ban the export of Somali charcoal, and the resolution 2036 was issued that bans that no charcoal can be imported from Somalia completely. And that was a good step. At that same period of time, also the former Prime Minister of UK, David Cameron, organized a Somali meeting in London where he invited all the European Union heads of states, and our former President Taro Halonen and her delegation were part of that. And the topic was the reconstruction of Somalia. And the government of Finland has pledged at this time that Finland is going through the civil society and NGOs. They are going to help with the environmental sector as well as the health sector. So the project that the University of Helsinki, and particularly the Viki Tropical Resource Institute, the former director, Professor Marko Kanninen, is here. At that time I was his doctoral student, was also part of this process. So the initial phase of the project was the community mobilization, as well as the feasibility study. So I have to go to the field and ask the people what is missing, what was growing and what's not growing anymore, what has disappeared. And also to bring the community on board of all sectors, both the youth, women, and also the local authorities as well. We went up to the rural communities. This is another professor of mine, Professor Emeritus Olavi Luukkanen, who is, how old is Professor Olavi now? 90, around, closer to 90. He's a good friend and he's very courageous. He went together with me to, this is Adado, outside of the village outside of Adado, and he went together with me up to Buhotle and Mogadishu as well, when it was really dangerous, and he was trusting me on his back, so he was with me. So this was also to let the very grassroots level to know the impact. So this project was actually one of my achievement, so to say, that has actually big place in my deep heart. This was Buhotle, and I asked the people what they grow. And as you know that our pastoral communities, they don't consume vegetables. So the only vegetables that they eat during the rainy season that grows wild. And these vegetables are interdependent to other plants. So when the other plants disappear, these vegetables also disappears. So what you see here are actually some of those plants that has disappeared. And the advantage of the dryland species is that they are very resilient. So because of the orthodox seeds and hard seed, they can remain in the soil for up to 10 years. And they can come back when the favorable condition come. So what we did, I took these two trees as a point of reference. So we divided the plot in two parts. One, we were making interventions. We have the nursery, and also we have the tree planting. The other one, we had just enclosure, do nothing, and just to see what can come out. And all the plants that has been listed that they disappeared, actually they all came back. And this was just only in the course of 3 years. And now it's actually, it's maybe like the Amazon, I don't know. I didn't visit, the last time I visited was 2019. So since then I didn't go back there. So it was the idea that now we wanted to upscale. Similarly, this is Galkayo. It's one of the driest part of Somalia. And actually nobody ever thought that Galkayo can be revegetated again. So again, we took this point because the area is treeless. So this point as a point of reference. So this tree, we made a ground uplifting, and now it's a big tree that people actually shade, and the center has actually become very successful. So one of the reasons that this project became so successful was that it had many stakeholders. In Finland, in the foreign ministry, they have a policy that NGOs from Somalia or elsewhere, they cannot apply funds from the foreign ministry. Also, the NGOs that are based in Finland, they cannot apply projects of their own on behalf of any community. So they have to have a local partner. So the local partner initiates the idea, and the Finnish NGOs actually apply on their behalf to the foreign ministry, and they have to contribute 15% of the total project fund. So they take the accountability for this. And in 2015, actually this year, there was monitoring and evaluation program for the different organizations. And Finland projects, it has approved that 85% of all the funds have been utilized accordingly. And Heidi Hautala, who was at that time the Minister for Development Cooperation, has been invited to Brussels and asked, how come that you are so successful? And they said, we don't only send money, but also we send people that we trained. And this was, that's why it makes me also so proud. This is another environmental center is in Adado. That one was Galkayo. This is Adado. And Marian Abdullah Shirin, now she ended up in Sweden. She's not any longer there. So this is the center we selected, the area. And the reason we were selecting for the area is how close it is to the water point, because the plants needs regular watering. So this was the reason. And now this center, it become like a hub that anybody that visit in Galmudug, particularly in Adado, people are taken there, and the youth now they are using as a social media taking points, like the TikTok and so on. So in the weekend they visit, and actually that was the final idea, that it become like city park or environmental center. So it's functioning completely like that. So also we engaged the community for the forest restoration. We have areas like this particular village. The area is treeless. The highest plant you can find is up to this table. So it's completely treeless, and I understand that it has been treeless for maybe for the last 200 years. So maybe plants disappeared for so long. So the people, they were very happy, and now this particular village, it became actually green. It's like small oases in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the desert. Also, the local impact. This again is Galkaayo. So the UN Habitat, it was a project for the IDPs. So each household has been given two rooms of iron sheet. The average temperature in this particular city is maybe 28, sometimes 29 the whole year. So the whole day is actually like an oven. So in the night, it's like a fridge. So it's between two extremes. So my first order for the environmental center is closer to this place. So was that we focus on this particular community in this IDPS UN Habitat infrastructure. So we made them green. So that time we were not having the fruit trees, so we were providing them papaya and also the shade tree, the neem trees we were giving them. But later on, we were giving them crafted mango trees and also orange, guava, so they, within their compound, they can also have their own food. Also, capacity building was very important. Water is the very limiting factor in Somalia. So the efficient use of water was very important. This again, the Adado Sahansaho Center, Environmental Center. So we were training the community in drip irrigation. Professor Olavi again, and I think I was translating for him, he was talking. And also the crafting, the air layering, so that instead of using the seed that takes many years for fruiting, we are making the air layering crafting. Am I taking too much time? Okay. So, so that the tree can fruit in the course of 3 years. So we were giving them hands-on training or on-site capacity building. The similar was the seed distribution. In Somalia, we don't have forestry seed centers. So I was relying ICRAF, the International Research Center for Agroforestry, where I was a research fellow for my doctoral studies. So I was getting the improved seeds that is actually local species. So also we were training them because of the locust invasion. Also we were training them how they can protect their seeds. Also some basic trainings for pH soil analysis. So we provided them handsets, pH testing handsets, so that they can check the soil, how much alkalinity or acidity it is. This was another initiative because the project was aiming to stop tree cutting. So we were thinking of producing by ourselves solar cooking. So we engineered this, and we tried to. It took us so long, like 3 hours to cook the macaroni. So it was not valid. So in the national alignments, forest and forestry development policies and is an integral part of component of Somalia is NBSAP, the National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan. It's part of that. Also, it's part of the National Adaptation Plan. It's part of the NDC and also the land degradation neutrality commitment. Therefore, in the NAP, it has announced to mobilize approximately 2.4 billion for the next 5 years. So the forestry intervention and the forestry development is part of that budget. Also, the NDC for 10 years plan, they estimated the cost of about 11 billion, which is a significant portion is earmarked in land use, forestry, and ecosystem restoration. Also, so here we have an urgent thing that international partners and also international research institutions like FITRI areas we are thinking that is very urgent and we need to take action. The first one is to develop national forestry plan. So the forestry and forest development is a long-term development program of approximately 25 years. So we need to make the forest, we don't have so far forest, national forestry plan. And the second one is the establishment of National Forestry Research Institute. In every country on earth, we have a forestry research institute. In Finland, we have Finnish Forestry Research Institute. In our neighbor in Kenya, we have the Kenya Forestry Research Institute, where I also did my master's degree research. So we need to develop this. Also, we need to develop national forestry seed centers. We cannot rely on imported seeds. So now, together with IOM, I visited the City University seed centers outside of Mogadishu last month. It's very basic, but also they are very much focusing on crop seeds, but not forest seeds. Also, this is the areas we want the community-based nursery programs expansion to be done, and this is where the international NGOs like the Norwegian Refugee Council, who are two important members are with us, actually can take intervention, and I think they already did some activities on that. That is all I wanted to say, and thank you very much. I'm sorry if I take more than my 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Badal, for that comprehensive and insightful presentation. We will now move to our panel discussion. I am delighted to introduce our distinguished panelists who bring expertise, operational experience, and policy leadership to this discussion. Let me start with Markku Kanninen, who you've heard from or you've heard about in the presentation. Professor Markku Kanninen is a globally recognized expert in tropical forestry, dryland ecosystems, and forest landscapes restoration. He has contributed extensively to research and policy in sustainable natural resource management, and is affiliated with the Viki Tropical Resources Institute at the University of Helsinki. Welcome, Professor. I also want to introduce my colleague, Mr. Perrine Piton. She is the Chief of Party of the BRICS Consortium, Building Resilient Communities in Somalia, led by the Norwegian Refugee Council. She brings deep expertise in resilience building, community-led recovery, and integrated programming in fragile contexts. Her work has shaped some of Somalia's most impactful community-led resilience initiatives. Welcome, Perrine. And last but not least, Dr. Badal Ahmed Hassan, who you have just heard from, is the Senior Biodiversity and Forestry Advisor within the Somalia Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. He has been instrumental in designing and guiding national restoration efforts, as you have just seen, and we are pleased to have him join the panel as well. Welcome. Let us start the discussion, and I want to first pose a question to Professor Kanninen. From your global experience in dry land restoration, what scientific and technical lessons are the most relevant for Somalia, and how do we ensure restoration approaches are both ecologically sound and socially inclusive?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for the organizers for inviting me. It's an honor and pleasure to be here with you. And let me start with something a little bit more generic, if you allow me. I served about 10 years in the adaptation fund under the convention. It was established under the Kyoto Protocol and now continues with the Paris Agreement. During the 10 first years that I served there, the fund funded about 50 projects with the value of 500 million US dollars in different aspects of adaptation. And when some colleagues made some statistics of those, 60% of them were related to water. There was either too much or not enough water. And those related to water, almost everyone had trees in it. And it just tells how important the trees are in rural livelihoods, especially dry lands, because it is, in addition to all the benefits in terms of fruits, timber, firewood, and so on, they also provide valuable ecosystem services like hydrological services, stabilizing the water balance in that area. So I think it is very important to kind of emphasize the role of trees in livelihoods. Another global number I just want to add, that Center for International Forestry Research, where I used to work, we had a large project in about 28 different countries in the world in the tropics, where we studied the importance of wood and natural resources in the livelihoods of rural people. And about 30% of the income average globally was related to trees and environment. And it also emphasizes how important it is. It was second after crops, even more than livestock. So it is very important. And you can see it in those pictures, how important they are in terms of firewood, in terms of shade, which is good for animal health if you do grazing. There are so many aspects that the trees are there. So I think that, I just want to say very generic in this point, I think that we have to do something that we saw in the picture. We have to do it in the mass scale. So we have to think about how do we expand those kind of, let's say, pilot studies into massive kind of a landscape restoration activities in Somalia, because it immediately will help to improve the rural livelihoods.
Thank you, Professor. Very insightful. Let me move to Perin from the BRICS consortium experience. How can forest and vegetation restoration be better integrated into humanitarian and resilience programming to support livelihoods, food security, and climate resilience?
Thank you, Caroline. Thanks to the Pavilion for hosting us, and thanks to Dr. Badal for organizing. So I have been involved in resilience programming in Somalia for the past 10 years, which, of course, if you know Somalia well, which I think most of you do, you know that this means that I arrived after the 2011-2012 droughts, but I was there for 2016-2017, and I was around as well for 2022 and 2023. And every time we work with communities, our work is very bottom-up, community level, and people will tell you what we need is that issue of water. There's either too much or too little. So we think, okay, what's the answer to that? We're going to add water points. We're going to dig new shallow wells, boreholes, water catchment, water harvesting. But as we do this, we realize that the problem is the recharge. The water is not recharging. The water tables are dropping. And when you need the water the most to save people and to save livestock, it's gone again. So back in 2022, 2023, I was like, oh, okay, we're doing what people tell us to do, but yet it doesn't caution them against this drought as much as it should. And yes, there was water a few months ago, and now it's gone already. So we were trying to think again, and that's how you realize that you need to work on the whole ecosystem. It's not just the water that you're going to drag from the soil or that you're going to collect from when it falls. You need to also work on that infiltration, on the health of the soil, on the vegetation, which is going to contribute consistently to storing the water and to the life of the soil that will also maintain this moisture, prevent evapotranspiration, and also manage this very, very high temperature. The temperature is one of the key threats ahead for Somalia. It's already not very comfortable at the moment, but apparently it's going to get worse. So we were also looking at, what's on that timeline of 20 and 30 years looking ahead. And it is not obvious for now that it's going to be less water. The levels of rains might be maintained, but they will be more irregular, like we're seeing, less dependable. The temperature, and that is obvious in all of the models, is going to go up. What is going to help us with managing that temperature? I don't think it's AC, but likely it could be trees and vegetation. So layering vegetation will be what saves us in terms of producing food, in terms of bringing people back to being the stewards of the land that they were before. Because I think in your programming, what we see is not just revegetation. We could have robots do revegetation, but I don't think that would work. Or a lot of people nowadays are just like, they're reseeding by throwing seeds from planes. I'm not saying it's not good, but if you don't have someone on the ground in care of this and caring about this, then it's unlikely to work for long, because some goats or camel will come and eat that small tree. So the re-establishing that strong relationship between people, communities, governments, institutions, even the private sector, and caring about the ecosystem. That's where we started. After that last drought, we started really looking at, okay, what are these regenerative practices that we can put in place are going to work a little bit fast, because our donors care about food security, but people in communities also care about food security. They also want something to eat, not in like 5 years. They need faster cycles. So we've been doing earthwork. So we've been doing working with communities to understand the landscapes, slow the water when there is water, make sure that the water has places where it can sink in the ground and benefit the shallow wells, but also vegetation. So now we're already seeing in places that have been rehabilitated, people tell us, oh, the vegetation, it's not very green. I thought it was going to be more green. And then we ask them, but how about your shallow well? How is that going? Oh, and they're like, oh, the shallow well is doing much better than it's done in the past 10 years. Like, well, this is water slowing and sinking into the ground and restoring your water table. We've now trained 9,000 people across 15 districts to doing this type of applications, including people from Ministry of Agriculture, municipalities, Ministry of Environment at the federal member state level. Some of them have become real champions for restoration with technical skills that are practical. They visit communities on a monthly, weekly basis. They go around. We have demonstration plots in all of these districts, similar to what you've been building. We have restored 970 hectares within these demonstration plots, either for farming or for rangeland. We're not using irrigation because we know that a lot of places in Somalia will not in the long term be able to have irrigation except for those riverine areas, but in the rain-fed areas, it is not a scaled solution to consider that you can use irrigation to produce on hectares and hectares of crops and staple crops. And in cities, we're also working on perma-gardens, very, very small plots of land where people are farming using the gray water from cooking and washing and from even the ablution water. They're using this to produce a diversity of crops. And we also have these tree nurseries. I agree with you, we're going to need a lot more tree nurseries all across the country. They're not expensive to set up. They can generate revenue for local communities, and they don't need to be brick and mortar. They can be very ecological in their design, and we are going to need those trees and a diversity of trees, indigenous, maybe not only indigenous. But yes, at this point in time, I think we've used a lot of humanitarian branded funding to deliver these solutions that are nature-based and integrated. We have strong local stewards and communities that are enthusiastic about this. And we are thinking, okay, so what's the next step? How do you scale? How do you replicate? How do you grow a movement that will, bring scale to these methodologies? And that's why it's great to have these discussions. It's amazing to engage with the government on these topics. And we'll need also to bring more science and more evidence from other places. I also think the partnership is critical because these experiences have been also done elsewhere. We can look at what's being developed for other drylands and then also adapt them for the local context.
Thank you, Perrine. Let me now move to Dr. Badal. Could you share Somalia's national vision for scaling up forest and vegetation restoration? And what partnerships, related to what Perrine was saying, partnerships or innovations are most critical to achieve long-term impact?
Thanks, Caro, and thanks, Prof. and Perrine. You really, they said mostly what I was supposed to say. In our vision, forestry and vegetation landscape is actually deep-rooted into building climate resilient, protecting the biodiversity, the environment in general, and also strengthening the livelihood and the well-being of our communities. Because when we talk about forest restoration and forest protection in the climate language, what comes in our mind is actually the mitigation aspect of the climate change or cooling the world. But as the professor has said, forest and other vegetation they play the crucial role of our life and livelihood of our people, so that at federal level, the forest and other vegetation restoration aspect is actually integrated into national key policies that I highlighted in my presentation, including the NAP, the National Adaptation Plan. So when we are talking about livestock, we are talking about the rangeland, and the rangeland is the vegetation. So when we are rangeland restoration, forest restoration, energy sector, 85% of our people rely on wood-based energy. So it is very important that it is part of our NAP. Also in our NB SAP, Somalia is one of the Horn of Africa biodiversity hotspot, and we have different species that are actually endemic, particularly in Somalia. So in our NB SAP also, trees and forest vegetation is one of it. As I said, the NDC as well. In our progress is driven actually by community level initiatives and also partnership is the central to achieve the great impact. So we closely work with the research institutions, international NGOs, and as Brain has said, almost for the last 3 decades, the country was in humanitarian responses. So less attention was given in the environmental sector. And now as the security is improving and more expertise are coming back, we are willing and actually eager to closely collaborate with the international NGOs working in the country, that we can help them to direct their objectives and activities for something that can remain longer, not just distributing something and when the circumstances come back to normal, then everything is like nothing has been done. Even the organization itself is forgotten. But now we are willing to help also in this, particularly the community nursery establishment, the greening areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to move into a few closing remarks from each of the panelists before we open up for questions. So in the interest of time, yes.
No, I would like to just emphasize one thing. In order to make this, make a successful scaling up of these, what we have just heard, you need institutional structures and trained people to do that. And I have been working in both West Africa and in East Africa. I don't want to mention the countries, but there are a lot of agriculture extensionists, for instance, who are helping the farmers with agriculture, but they don't know nothing about trees. So we have to get out of these silos where agriculture is here, forestry here, natural resources management here. No, integrated education to those who are working with the farmers so that they can offer different solutions for different type of problems. I think that's important.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Perin, any closing remarks from you?
I really agree with this, and I think we were just discussing this question of convening around climate and ecosystem questions is so important. And I was recently in Somalia discussing with the World Bank team, and you know they are funding a diversity of projects across the country, and it's really amazing. But I asked them, so I don't really understand, because you have an agriculture project here that talks about these type of practices, and then on the other side you have that integrated water and regeneration project, that's the Barwako one, I think. And it talks completely different principles and methods at community level. So those two are like literally, ethically, and in terms of value, they're part of different worlds. And they told me, yes, this is the way the World Bank is structured. So that was the answer. Yes, these two projects do not talk to each other, and the values and principles of ecology are strictly for the climate-funded projects. The agriculture and livestock-funded projects operate on principles of the most profit and rentability in the short term. So it's like, okay, that's interesting, but that's not how we want to work. And I really hope that all of us can, create a dynamic in Somalia so that we don't, work that way. And maybe eventually we'll influence the World Bank as well. And nothing, we always have hope. At the end of the day, the government is in charge and can tell the World Bank what they want to see delivered. But yeah, we do need to bring our colleagues from agriculture, livestock, and water. I think at least those, we need to bring them on board. Otherwise, we'll continue being extractive and not regenerate. But in Somalia, regeneration is the first emergency. For people first, I care about people first, care also about livestock, I care also about nature. But even if we're talking about only people, it's the first emergency.
Thank you. Do you want to, Dr. Badal, give some...
Briefly, thank you very much. I agree with Perin and Professor Olavi, Professor Marco about the restoration, the importance of the restoration. if we are talking about the water that 60% of the adaptation fund is going to, how can you conserve the water or improve the availability of water if you have no vegetation on the ground? That is why now Somalia, the flash floods is increasing too much. We remember what has happened in Cardo that has never had a flood. It's a very dry area, but all of a sudden, because of the vegetation, whatever rain comes, it goes to the ocean. So it destroys the people, and no groundwater recharge is taking place. So watershed management and integration of water management into forest and vegetation restoration is the most important thing that we can include. Secondly, the skilled expertise. The country was in a state of chaos for over now 35 years. So in forestry sector, agricultural sector, was actually government agencies programs. So parents were training their children in other sectors where they could get job quickly. So now the stage is coming back. We have Vic Tropical Resource Institute that actually has a big bulk of expertise that we can cooperate with, and I hope that we will discuss this together as a side event, sideline together with His Excellency the Minister, and we can develop. And also, I am very happy to work with Norwegian Refugee Council, and I will help you for establishing the community nursery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Given the time, I think we have time for one or two short questions from the audience. Yes. Who wants to go first?
I speak French, but you look English.
Okay. Which is your question? To who?
Yes, I speak my question in French. There is translate in English. Yes, all of them. All of them. All of them.
Ready to translate. She's French.
Okay. Ok. Moi, c'est Hamda de Djibouti. J'ai entendu l'intervention de Somalie et vos interventions. J'ai apprécié beaucoup, mais j'aimerais savoir toutes vos interventions. Je n'ai pas entendu que la participation de la femme, parce que les femmes sont très importantes et ils peuvent participer à la dégradation, à la restauration de la terre. Et c'est primordial, tant que je suis une jeune négociatrice, et j'ai suivi toutes les activités genre, et pour moi, je porte la voix des femmes, et j'aimerais qu'ils intègrent dans la restauration des terres. Je vais leur dire.
Do you want to repeat the question? In English?
Yes. So, oh, sorry, I just need your name again.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, so Amina is from Djibouti, and she has been listening to us, and she wants to highlight the fact that women are very important. Women and girls are very important in restoration, in the work of the ecosystem and livelihoods. So she wanted to know what we have to say about this in our experience. So
let me just also have the second question in the interest of time, and then we will
Okay. That
we will
one is
hand
not in
over.
French.
Okay, thank you for this insightful discussion. Well, my name is Wafika, and I want to go back to the point you said about the differentiation between sectors. I think it's a key point for our countries, and my question is basically, what can we do when the institutions who finance this project have their own templates and structures, and we have to follow them actually to get the financing? So what can we do about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Very good questions. Over to the panelists.
I can take Hamda's question. The other question I was not hearing well. Hamda, I agree with you. During this project, we had in every center we had a file, so we were listing the information of anybody that we give seedlings, for example. And when I was coming once in every year. I just randomly selected 2 or 3 or 5 names, and I personally visit the family. 100% of the female woman that has been given seedlings, the trees have survived. The men were opposite, and the individuals that their tree survived, we believe that it was the mother who was taking care of the tree, not the man. Also, in the training aspect, we were training them nursery management, tree growing, seed germination, and all this. And in Garowe, Galkaayo, as well as Adado, we have 5 female entrepreneurs that has their own commercial nursery. So the men we were training actually just left, but the women we trained, they utilized their training. So bringing on board women and youth, I believe that is the most important, and we cannot do much without them. And even in the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, we created the ecosystem restoration champions, and most of them are women groups and youth. So I agree with you.
Thank you.
Yes, I can try to answer the question about the funding institutions having different criteria. I think that you have 2 kind of ways. One is kind of a short, and one is long term. Long term is that you create a national policy that all the institutions are integrated in a way that you want, and not in the way that the World Bank wants. If I have a national policy, most likely the World Bank will listen to you. A short way is that you find a donor who fits your approach, because there are so many donors. For instance, in the adaptation fund, the focus is on resilience, and you can do exactly the things that we have been discussing here with their funding. So I think, I hope you understand. I mean, there's a long way which takes a national effort, and there's a short way of finding a donor that fits your needs.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to close in the interest of time. Thank you very much to our speakers, to our panelists, and to all of you for joining us today. This discussion has highlighted the importance of working together on community leadership, as well as, scientific knowledge and strong partnerships to drive successful forest and vegetation restoration in Somalia. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day.
panelist from ICRAF before starting. English only. Okay, so we are going to shift in French and English. Okay, we start. Ladies and gentlemen, and dear delegate, dear colleague, good morning and welcome. My name is Jean-Paul Aka, representing UNDP's on this panel. UNDP long-standing partner supporting Côte d'Ivoire on climate resilience, agroforestry, and transition to sustainable development. And at this moment, UNDP and Coffee and Cocoa Council have finalized a strategic partnership to launch in December, structured around 6 pillars: fight against deforestation, green entrepreneurship, agroforestry and national reforestation, prevent and control shoal and shoot, climate finance and carbon credits, and international cooperation. I think this panel is perfectly into this partnership. So welcome to this panel dedicated to the major challenge for the futures of Ivorian and West African cocoa. The theme is how can be combined agronomic innovation and climate finance mechanisms to transform cocoa production in Côte d'Ivoire into a truly resilient, low carbon and predictive system. So the challenge here is very clear. Disease and pests are spreading faster than our capacity to react. Non, je vais les appeler. Tu peux passer derrière. So, welcome to our authority. Okay. After this minimum session for diplomatic aspects, we restarting the panel. So I was saying the challenge is clear. Disease and pests are spreading faster than our capacity to react. Climate change is creating unprecedented pressure, drought, water stress, earth extreme, and small farmers remain highly exposed and economic loss are enormous. So to address this, we must shift our paradigm, move from reaction to prediction, and this transition really on two major levels: agronomic science and climate finance, strategical combined. This panel aims to achieve four key objectives. First is to share agronomic innovation that's strengthening resilient, present climate finance mechanisms capable to scaling this solution, build bridge between research institutions, private sectors, actors, and donors. Propose concrete pathway to accelerate policy transformation implementation. So, like I said to beginning, we have some English Anglophone in this panel, but we have many Francophone. So I'm going to shift in French, and sometime I can make the translation. So, chers collègues, nous sommes réunis à ce panel-là pour parler des innovations pour transformer la production cacaoyère en une production durable, résiliente au changement climatique et bas carbone. Et nous sommes face à un certain nombre de challenges. Notre capacité de réaction est plus lente que la propagation des maladies et les effets pervers du changement climatique. Dans cette situation aussi, les petits producteurs majoritaires dans la filière sont extrêmement exposés, avec des pertes énormes pour eux. Nous avons 4 objectifs à atteindre dans ce panel. Le premier objectif, c'est de partager les innovations agronomiques en place en Côte d'Ivoire pour adresser ce challenge. Le deuxième objectif, c'est de regarder avec vous, présenter les opportunités de financement climatique avec divers mécanismes pour mettre à l'échelle ces innovations. Et le troisième, c'est de créer un pont entre la recherche, les institutions, le secteur privé, les acteurs et les donateurs. Et en dernier, c'est d'accélérer justement cette transition-là. Avant de commencer, nous allons commencer avec une courte vidéo du directeur général du Conseil du Café Cacao afin de nous présenter sa vision de la durabilité de la production de cacao depuis la production jusqu'à l'exportation. Et sans plus tarder, nous allons commencer avec cette vidéo. Je ne sais pas si la technique est bien en place.
Côte d'Ivoire is the world's leading cocoa producer, with over 2 million tons of beans produced each year for around 1 million smallholders. Over the past decade, the country has committed itself to effectively combating deforestation and child labor in cocoa farming. The Conseil du Café Cacao, the Côte d'Ivoire public regulatory body for the sector, having taken full measure of market dynamics, has therefore been committed for the past 5 years to actions aimed at producing sustainable, traceable cocoa. With this in mind, from April 2019 to December 2020, Le Conseil du Café Cacao has carried out the census of coffee cocoa producers and their plantations, RPCCV. A total of 993,031 producers were surveyed, and a total of 220,800 hectares of estimated coffee cocoa fields were geolocated, of which 483,120 hectares, representing 15%, were located in protected areas. Statistical data from the census identified 761,912 children aged between 5 to 17 years in producers' households considered to be of school age. Of these, 540,958 were actually enrolled in school. That is a 71% enrollment rate. At the end of the census operation, a producer card with a unique number for each producer was issued and is currently being distributed through a procedure of mobile hearings, during which it is possible for any producer who has not yet been counted to register. The actual purchase of coffee and cocoa using the producer card has begun in the production areas with a sample of operators and will be gradually extended throughout the production area from October 2023. At farm gate level, purchases are made using a purchase terminal that authenticates the producer by means of his card. This terminal collects data on the producer and the product purchase transaction. The product bags delivered to each producer are coded with seals. At the cooperative store, along with the product, the data collected on the field is consolidated using digital platforms to produce a bill of lading. This bill of lading will be validated online by the exporter, who will then have access to all the data related to the producers who prepare the shipment as well as the geolocation of their fields. In July 2023, the first bill of lading from the pilot phase was issued and the first trays load received at the port of Abidjan and San Pedro. At the exporter's packaging plant entrance, traceability information collected at farm gate and at the bulk warehouse is consolidated, and batches of trays products ready for export are put together to meet the requirement of due diligences. Coupled with the National Traceability System, the ARS 1000 series standard commits the industry to a cocoa certification process. The ARS 1000 series standard for sustainable cocoa has been strengthened by the Ivorian government's adoption in June 2022 of a decree making it mandatory. The implementation of the pilot phase of the standard, scheduled for October 2023, was preceded by an extensive information and awareness campaign for producers. To combat deforestation and climate change, Le Conseil du Café Cacao launched a reforestation contribution project in 2019 that introduced 7,500,000 trees to coffee cocoa plantations. Agroforestry is mandatory under ARS 1001. As a result, all coffee and cocoa plantations in Côte d'Ivoire must be converted to agroforestry systems. Côte d'Ivoire intends to remain a privileged trading partner of the European Union, which is why it has committed its coffee and cocoa sector to a new dynamic, that of sustainable, traceable coffee and cocoa.
Thank you for this video. I think we need to applaud on this because we have a useful video with, from Conseil Café Cacao, which powerful illustrates the full journey of sustainable cocoa production from farm to export. So now, to deepen this reflection with science, policy, and finance, I'm pleased to invite our distinguished panelists. I want to start by Dr. Mathias Taï, qui est l'une des figures les plus remarquables de la production cacaoyère en Côte d'Ivoire, père du cacao Mercedes. Sous vos ovations, s'il vous plaît. Il est aujourd'hui le directeur qui arrive justement à combiner recherche, production et changement climatique. Après Dr Taï, je voudrais inviter Dr Amani, qui est agronomiste climatologiste au CIFOR ICRAF et un expert en changement climatique et cacao. Sous vos ovations, s'il vous plaît, on applaudit nos différents panélistes. Another panelist I have I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Beria Leimona. She's the team lead climate change, energy, and low carbon development team at C4 Aircraft. She's an international expert on climate finance, policy, incentives, and carbon market. So thank you, Doctor. After this, je voudrais introduire notre très cher et talentueux collègue de la BOAD, M. Moubarak Moukalae. C'est le senior executive climate finance and, à la BOAD. Et après Moubarak, je voudrais que vous puissiez aussi ovationner M. Kwadjo Fidel de FIRCA. M. Kwadjo Fidel est à la tête de l'unité de finances climatiques de FIRCA. Comme vous l'avez sans doute entendu, le FIRCA est l'une des agences accréditées pour les différents fonds climatiques et Fidel est la cheville ouvrière de toute cette prouesse du FIRCA. Merci encore, on peut applaudir nos 4 panélistes qui sont là. Je vais moi aussi m'asseoir en tant que panéliste mais modérateur ici. They have the traduction. Traduction? Ok. Il y a la traduction? Super. Ok. So, on va faire le panel en français. Donc, je voudrais commencer avec le docteur Taï. Je pense que vous avez un micro là. Je pense que nous venons de voir une présentation exceptionnelle du Conseil du Café Cacao qui présente toute la phase de durabilité depuis le champ jusqu'à l'exportation. Et tout à l'heure, dans l'introduction, nous avons évoqué les différentes pressions et enjeux autour de la filière cacao. Et vous, en tant qu'une figure emblématique de la filière, le Conseil Café Cacao a développé plusieurs types d'innovations. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous en parler?
Merci. Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je voudrais juste indiquer que la filière cacao, elle est essentielle pour des millions de producteurs. Et cette filière, aujourd'hui, il faut reconnaître qu'elle est confrontée à de nombreux défis. Les défis du changement climatique et de la pression, n'est-ce pas, pour réduire son empreinte carbone. En Côte d'Ivoire, ces défis sont entre autres le stress hydrique et thermique élevé qui impacte l'établissement des jeunes cacaoyères. Aujourd'hui, nous notons qu'il y a des difficultés à établir les jeunes cacaoyères simplement du fait que dans plusieurs zones aujourd'hui, la question de la température, la question de la sécheresse constituent vraiment des véritables problèmes qui freinent le bon établissement des jeunes cacaoyères. Et c'est un véritable problème. Vous avez également la pression parasitaire qui a accru. Nous connaissons déjà en Côte d'Ivoire une maladie du cacaoyer qui existe partout où se trouvent des champs de cacao. C'est la pourriture brune des cabosses. Mais la pourriture brune des cabosses, elle est causée par plusieurs espèces. L'une des espèces qui est cosmopolite, c'est l'espèce Phytophthora palmivora. Mais depuis quelque temps, il y a une autre espèce qu'on appelle Phytophthora megacarya, qui est l'espèce la plus dommageable au champ, qui commence à gagner du terrain. Par le passé, on avait environ 85% de présence de Phytophthora palmivora pour le reste, c'est-à-dire 15% de mégacarya. Mais aujourd'hui, les proportions commencent à s'équilibrer. Et c'est inquiétant parce que cette espèce est la plus dangereuse, au champ en tout cas. Vous avez également le Schwalenshoot. Le Schwalenshoot du cacaoyer, que les producteurs appellent le sida du cacaoyer. Sida parce que quand une cacaoyer est atteinte de cette maladie, il n'y a pas jusqu'ici de remèdes pour pouvoir, n'est-ce pas, remédier à cette affection. Et donc, voilà justement une affection qui affecte les producteurs qui affecte leur pouvoir financier parce que ça va jusqu'à détruire complètement les champs de cacao. Vous avez également de nouveaux ravageurs, n'est-ce pas, tels que Akea, qui sont apparus il y a quelque temps de cela, qui font des défoliations, qui s'attaquent aux fleurs, aux fruits, vraiment, et ça impacte la production. Nous pensons donc que pour résoudre donc ce problème de changement climatique, il faille prendre en compte une synergie d'actions qui vont combiner justement l'aspect, c'est-à-dire la partie génétique, donc le développement des variétés tolérantes, justement, d'abord à haut rendement, mais aussi tolérantes, n'est-ce pas, aux aléas biotiques. Je parlais tout à l'heure de poutures brunes, je parlais de Schwallenschut et autres, mais abiotiques, c'est-à-dire température élevée, sécheresse. Mais prendre en compte également l'agroforesterie. L'agroforesterie qui est un pan très important au regard de tout le bénéfice qui accompagne l'adoption, n'est-ce pas, de cette approche d'agroforesterie en Côte d'Ivoire. Et le Conseil du café-cacao est fortement engagé. Notre objectif, c'est de transformer le verger en système agroforestier. Et nous comptons distribuer près de 100 millions de plants à l'horizon 2035. Et à ce jour, nous sommes à 13 millions. Mais en tout cas, vraiment, nous sommes fortement engagés dedans. Il y a également ce qu'on appelle aussi les pratiques climato-intelligentes, qui vont consister, n'est-ce pas, à la gestion durable des sols, également la gestion rationnelle de l'eau et justement l'irrigation complémentaire. Aujourd'hui, on ne peut pas continuer, n'est-ce pas, d'apporter de l'eau à tout moment, n'importe comment. Il faut apporter l'eau de façon ciblée. Au moment où c'est important, justement, adopter des systèmes qui puissent justement apporter cette eau-là de façon vraiment étudiée et ciblée. Il y a l'innovation biochar. Biochar aujourd'hui, qui est un charbon naturel, mais qui est enfoui dans le sol. Enfin, une fois que vous faites la pyrolyse des coques de cabosses, vous obtenez ce produit. Quand il est enfoui dans le sol, il donne au sol une capacité de rétention d'eau, mais ça apporte des nutriments. C'est une innovation qui est en expérimentation au CNRA. Nous comptons l'utiliser également. Vous avez également les mycorhizes. Ce sont des champignons du sol qui ont cette capacité d'apporter justement au sol deux éléments importants que sont le phosphore et le potassium qui généralement ne sont pas disponibles dans le sol. Il y a un problème de biodisponibilité de ces deux éléments. Et donc la présence des mycorhizes dans le sol aide à rendre disponibles ces deux éléments qui sont essentiels pour la croissance des cacaoyers. Mais également, je parlais tantôt des jeunes cacaoyers qui ont du mal à s'installer. Lorsque vous prenez l'inoculum du champignon mycorhize, justement, que vous badigeonnez cet inoculum-là des fèves avant le semis, les plants qui vont en résulter, eh bien, ces champignons leur confèrent une capacité à pouvoir résister au déficit hydrique. Et puis enfin, une autre innovation qui n'est pas moins importante, c'est la régionalisation des itinéraires techniques. Cela veut dire quoi exactement? Ça veut dire que par le passé, on donnait du cacao comme ça aux gens, ils plantent sans tenir compte justement de l'aptitude des sols ou l'aptitude climatique des régions. Mais désormais, il y a eu au CNRA notamment des enquêtes qui ont été faites, des études qui ont permis de superposer des cartes climatiques avec des cartes pédologiques. Ce qui nous donne des cartes agro-pédoclimatiques qui nous permettent de savoir aujourd'hui quelles sont les zones qui sont très favorables à la cacaoculture, des zones qui sont simplement favorables, moins favorables et pas du tout favorables. Donc, nous pensons que la prise en compte de l'ensemble de ces technologies devrait aider à, n'est-ce pas, avoir une bonne résilience face au changement climatique. Voilà, merci.
Merci beaucoup, Dr Taï. J'étais en train de dire que c'est une figure remarquable du cacao en Côte d'Ivoire. On peut l'ovationner justement pour cette présentation. Et avec sa présentation, on voit bien, malgré les défis que nous avons, le changement climatique, la présence des maladies, le Conseil de café-cacao aide de la recherche à une stratégie bien concrète. Régionaliser les itinéraires techniques avec l'adoption des pratiques climato-intelligentes, adopter l'agroforesterie, l'ambition de mettre 100 millions de plants, introduire le biochar pour améliorer la fertilité des sols, utiliser les mycorhizes pour renforcer les capacités de résilience des plants et plusieurs autres innovations, ce qui était remarquable. Docteur Kwasi, je voudrais revenir à vous. Tout à l'heure, nous venons de voir effectivement que si on met en œuvre toutes ces innovations, on n'a pas forcément à s'inquiéter pour le planteur ivoirien. Mais tout de suite, des défis se posent. Comment mettre en œuvre tout cela? Et entre recherche et financement, l'objectif justement de faire cette connexion, je sais que vous êtes à la tête d'un groupe d'experts qui réfléchissait à plusieurs mécanismes financiers pour faciliter l'adoption des pratiques résilientes. Pouvez-vous nous parler de ces mécanismes?
Merci. Je commence vraiment mon propos une fois encore en reconnaissant et félicitant tous ces efforts qui sont faits au niveau national et ce que le Conseil fait pour non seulement développer toutes ces technologies, mais aussi les déployer. C'est vraiment remarquable. Effectivement, c'est un travail d'Hercule. Une chose, c'est la recherche, et la deuxième chose, c'est le déploiement des technologies. Et là, seul le Conseil va faire beaucoup, mais le Conseil a besoin d'être appuyé par les finances climatiques. Et c'est là que nous intervenons. Et nous voyons que dans le domaine de l'adaptation, particulièrement, le grand besoin de financement est dû au fait que très souvent, le secteur privé est très hésitant à financer l'adaptation. Généralement, non pas parce qu'ils ne le veulent pas, ou bien même non pas parce qu'ils ne voient pas leur intérêt, il faut le dire, le secteur privé va oui à son intérêt. Les chocolatiers, si vous me permettez, voient leur intérêt dans la production. Ils ont besoin de fèves, mais ils sont hésitants à financer l'adaptation. Et c'est dû au fait que c'est risqué. Ils voient beaucoup de risques. Et donc, avec une collaboration que CIFO-ICRAF a eue avec la Banque africaine de développement, nous avons piloté un mécanisme nouveau qu'on appelle le mécanisme des bénéfices de l'adaptation, en anglais Adaptation Benefit Mechanism. Et son rôle, c'est si vous voulez, d'enlever le risque de l'investissement dans l'adaptation cacaoyère, donc de dérisquer. Et son approche, ce mécanisme, d'abord, je le précise, n'est plus seulement au niveau de ICRAF et puis la Banque africaine de développement, mais il est déjà enregistré sous l'article 6.8 comme le premier mécanisme non marchand. Donc, à la COP, il est toujours discuté sur comment voir pour déployer. Et pour nous, la fierté que j'ai particulièrement en tant qu'Ivoirien, c'est que la chose a commencé en Côte d'Ivoire avec des Ivoiriens. Et ça mérite d'être salué. Et donc, ce mécanisme permet de dérisquer en allant d'une approche qui s'appelle une méthodologie. Et la méthodologie, pour chaque type d'adaptation, doit être développée. Pour l'agroforesterie cacao, cette méthodologie a été développée et a été déjà approuvée. Si quelqu'un l'utilise, ça lui permet d'enlever le risque pour le secteur privé. De sorte que le secteur privé est encouragé désormais à y voir non seulement son intérêt, mais savoir en même temps que ce sont $1 ou bien $10 ou bien $1000 ou bien même des millions de dollars qu'il va investir vont aboutir aux résultats qui ont été déjà calculés et certifiés. Donc c'est cette approche que nous sommes en train de vouloir déployer. Et ici, nous voulons la mentionner en tant qu'outil qui s'offre à nous actuellement sur toute la Côte d'Ivoire pour soutenir tous ces efforts du Conseil pour aller très vite dans le déploiement des technologies qui sont générées. Et ça va encore même soutenir, j'allais dire, tous les acteurs dans la mobilisation des finances climatiques, surtout sur le volet adaptation, qui est jusque-là très difficile. Donc voilà un peu ce que j'ai voulu présenter pour le moment. Et une fois encore, félicitations à tous nos acteurs qui déploient qui développent toutes ces technologies. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Dr Amani. Et on vient de le voir. La science permet de prévoir, mais il faut du financement. Et Dr Amani a insisté sur le nouveau mécanisme non marchand qu'est l'ABM. And let me shift to Dr. Dr. Beria. I want to take the ICRAF global perspective around the climate finance. Now we know that we have some few innovations, but we need finance to improve and have the landscape scale. So from your perspective, what kind of financial climate mechanism we can use to do this job?
Thank you for moderator for the questions. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me in this very insightful events. So I would like also to congratulate Dr. Tai Matias as well as Amani, who has set some basic knowledge about the financing. Yeah, because when we are talking about cacao and financing, agroforestry as a multifunctional system can provide more diversified income. Yeah, so here what I would like to highlight is that by agroforestry, it means that farmers not only can get revenue coming from the cacao, but also from what so-called the ecosystem services. Yeah, so ecosystem services, it's not only about carbon stock, yeah, because as you know, if we are talking about cacao agroforestry, it has higher carbon stock and also ability to reduce emission compared on only cacao monoculture. Yeah, and that's only one aspect of ecosystem services. We need also to think about how agroforestry system can provide watershed function. Yeah, if it means that if we place more agroforestry cacao in the upstream area, it can better infiltrate water as well and reducing the erosion, yeah, because of this complex system that agroforestry has. It means if you have agroforestry in the upstream area and you have beneficiaries of the watershed functions in the downstream, well, for example, water bottling company, hydropower, water supplier, yeah, which needs healthy watershed, yeah, for them to run their business. Yeah, it means that there's another way to gain income coming from what's so-called the payment for watershed function. Yeah, and then the last one, in the case of biodiversity, we should be also remember that agroforestry for sure with more diversified plantation inside the farm, so it will be also increase the agrobiodiversity level, right? But you also need to consider the location. Yeah, if we see the landscape. So let me just briefly provide the example in Indonesia. So our in this case is not cacao but rubber. But I think we can connect it. Yeah. So in Indonesia, the rubber agroforest, it locates within 3 national parks. Yeah. So, and then the function of this agroforestry system is the corridor for wildlife. Yeah, if somehow it changes the structure, it means that it also can evac the biodiversity at the larger scale. Yeah, so here there is another financing opportunity, yeah, which is financing of biodiversity of agroforestry. So you can see here, at least I have mentioned a couple of options, yeah, for financing the cacao that's somehow healthy in the case of production, but also the producing the ecosystem services, yeah. So first of all, for sure that for the production you are talking about this certification and also premium prices, right? And then from the ecosystem services, you can gain money for the carbon. From the biodiversity credit, for sure that this still needs to be working on. And then the last one for watershed functions, yeah, from payment for ecosystem services. However, we need also to know that when you try to design a multifunctional system that somehow can gain this money, you need to be performance-based. What does it mean? It means that you need to prove if you increase the complexity of farming of your cacao farm, it needs to be effectively targets those things, yeah. So it means coming back to the data as well as technology. Yeah, C4 Ecraft, we've been working on understanding how the synergy between good cacao production as well as the continuous of ecosystem services. Yeah, we are having this landscape approach to see the cacao agroforestry is not only at the plot level, but seeing it at the larger land use, yeah, the position of the cacao plots among the big landscape. Yeah, because if you're saying, if you are thinking about cacao in near the, like for example, near the village, compared to the cacao near the forest, right? It also has different ecological function. Yeah, so maybe I can stop there and then we can discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you for this, and applaud also, again this intervention. Chers collègues, je pense que le docteur nous a présenté, lorsque les collègues ont présenté la problématique, l'agroforesterie reste une technique au cœur de l'action pour la résilience au changement climatique. Et là, avec l'agroforesterie, nous pouvons utiliser les multifonctions de l'agroforesterie pour adresser plusieurs mécanismes de financement. Donc, si on prend sur la partie carbone, non seulement l'agroforesterie permettrait d'avoir un prix premium pour le cacao, mais en plus, on peut mobiliser la finance carbone pour accompagner ce financement. En plus de cela, elle a évoqué un autre mécanisme financier lié à la biodiversité. L'agroforesterie aussi, grâce aux pratiques agroforestières qui permettent justement de promouvoir la biodiversité, on pourrait adresser les mécanismes en lien avec la biodiversité. D'autres mécanismes en lien avec le stress hydrique pourraient permettre de mobiliser des financements. Donc ici, elle nous parle d'un ensemble d'instruments financiers qui peuvent être greffés sur une parcelle d'agroforesterie avec, dans le prolongement, sortir de la réflexion à la parcelle pour aller dans une réflexion un peu plus large à l'échelle du paysage. Merci beaucoup, docteur, pour cette intervention. Je pense qu'après cette intervention, comme je l'ai dit au début de mes propos, on peut revenir justement vers le talentueux Moubarak. Et là, en ce moment, ma question, Moubarak. vous venez justement de la BOAD et en tant qu'organisme régional, nous sommes aujourd'hui en train de parler de la mobilisation des financements pour mettre à l'échelle des innovations d'agroforesterie et des innovations dans le secteur du cacao. De la perspective de la BOAD, qu'est-ce qui est prévu et qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour financer ces gaps-là?
Bon, merci beaucoup. Vous m'avez déjà mis une petite pression, hein, donc bon, je suppose qu'il y a beaucoup d'attentes déjà sur mon intervention. Alors, je peux vous garantir déjà que la question de l'argent n'est pas le problème. Et je le dis souvent, que l'argent n'est pas le problème parce que tout à l'heure, je pense que l'un des intervenants a mentionné le secteur privé. Et nous avons, après, juste à la sortie de la Covid, on s'est demandé comment est-ce que les pays de la sous-région ont pu faire face à la Covid avec les montants colossaux nécessaires pour financer la lutte contre la Covid. Mais malgré ça, on a pu financer. Et ces mécanismes financiers qui donnaient des assurances au secteur privé, et les ressources ont été mobilisées par le secteur privé. On a mobilisé en Afrique subsaharienne environ 3 milliards de dollars pour financer la lutte contre la Covid, et 80% de ces ressources sont venues du secteur privé. Et quand vous regardez un peu, c'est parce que les gouvernements ont mis en place un cadre réglementaire institutionnel pour garantir, pour donner de la crédibilité au modèle financier qui a été mis en place. Et les institutions comme la BOAD, le Fonds vert et autres ont mis en place des instruments de garantie et ont donné un confort au secteur privé qui est venu mettre de l'argent et a financé à cette hauteur-là c'est la lutte contre le Covid. Donc quand vous regardez un peu, vous vous demandez, est-ce qu'on ne pêche pas dans la façon dont nous montons les projets de la finance climat? Aujourd'hui, pour la BOAD considère l'agriculture comme un moteur essentiel de notre sous-région. On a souvent envie de dire que nous pensons au développement, nous voulons faire le développement, mais quand vous regardez tous les autres continents qui se sont développés, il y a eu des circuits. Ils ont fait d'abord la révolution agricole, avant d'aller à la révolution industrielle, et aujourd'hui au capitalisme et au développement et autres. Mais nous sautons des étapes sans faire cet exercice-là. Et aujourd'hui, quand vous regardez l'exemple de la Côte d'Ivoire aujourd'hui, c'est 40 à 50% de l'économie de l'UEMOA. Et le café cacao aujourd'hui, c'est entre 35 et 40% de l'économie de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et donc pour la BOAD, l'agro-industrie, le café cacao est un secteur qu'il ne faut pas négliger. Et la BOAD injecte dans les économies de l'UEMOA environ 1,3 milliard d'euros par an. Et avec les mécanismes que nous mettons en place, c'est un effet multiplicateur entre 4 et 7 fois ce que nous injectons chaque année. Et l'idée du président de la BOAD, nous avons doublé notre capital. Nous sommes passés de 1,5 million d'euros à 1,5 milliard d'euros à 3 milliards d'euros les 5 dernières années. Et l'idée du président, c'est justement de doubler la capacité d'investissement de la BOAD. Donc de passer de 1,3 milliard à 2,5 milliards d'euros par an. Et donc avec un effet multiplicateur qui peut emmener jusqu'à 10 milliards d'euros par an dans notre espace. Et ça va vraiment apporter un changement véritable sur nos économies. Mais comment le faire? Aujourd'hui, nous avons des outils. Je pense que l'un des sujets que je voulais adresser au départ, c'était le sujet de la donnée, que nous négligeons très souvent. Mais pour pouvoir financer de façon adéquate un secteur, il faut avoir la donnée. Et je crois que le travail que vous faites aujourd'hui au niveau du secteur est un travail remarquable parce que vous avez quand même la donnée. Quand je regardais la vidéo tout à l'heure, j'étais vraiment satisfait de comment est-ce que vous avez mis en place une structure pour mobiliser la donnée parce que c'est vraiment essentiel. Et donc avec cette donnée-là, nous pensons au niveau de la BOAD que c'est vrai qu'il y a de l'argent, mais utilisons aujourd'hui les outils que nous avons comme l'innovation pour faire la collecte de données, pour mieux planter. Et donc dans le lexique du président de la BOAD, il dit souvent, pour notre prochain plan stratégique, nous n'allons pas nous dire que nous allons faire un nouveau plan stratégique. Parce que nous n'avons pas donné satisfaction à tous les secteurs qui sont déjà dans le plan stratégique que nous avons. Donc ce que nous allons faire mieux ce que nous faisions avant. Donc il dit, we will do more of the same. Nous allons faire plus de ce que nous faisons déjà, de façon intelligente, de façon plus vertueuse et de façon plus rapide, en utilisant l'intelligence artificielle, en utilisant les différents mécanismes financiers qui existent et en utilisant aussi notre capacité, parce qu'il y a une chose qu'il ne faut pas oublier, c'est la capacité humaine que nous avons sur le terrain. En formant mieux les personnes, les agriculteurs, les personnes qui sont censées monter les dossiers, parce que souvent, nous, les financiers, nous regardons souvent les personnes qui viennent vers nous en disant qu'ils ne sont pas assez formés, mais nous-mêmes, nous ne sommes pas assez formés, nous ne connaissons pas les réalités du terrain. Donc, en écoutant mieux les personnes que nous servons, parce que pour mieux financer le secteur de l'agro-industrie, il ne faut pas aller s'asseoir dans le bureau à Lomé pour développer les matrices économiques et financières pour venir financer. Il faut aller voir les gens sur le terrain pour savoir de quoi ils ont besoin. Le premier mois, de quel type de financement ils ont besoin. Parce que parfois, on vient avec des financements sans penser à qui est-ce qui finance cette partie verte, cette partie vertueuse, cette partie durable que nous mettons sur la table. Qui est-ce qui finance cette perte-là qu'on appelle de first lost. En anglais, ça a plus de sens. Je n'ai pas encore trouvé l'indication correcte en français, mais le first lost que nous disons, elle est importante. Qui est-ce qui finance, qui est-ce qui apporte cet argent-là sur la table? Donc, c'est des mécanismes qu'il faut vraiment mettre sur la table pour attirer les pays. Donc, au niveau de la BOAD, nous avons développé ce que nous appelons les programmes d'investissement climat au niveau des pays. Et nous travaillons justement avec les pays pour co-construire les projets, co-construire les programmes pour vraiment avoir une synchronisation entre les financements que nous avons et les besoins réels au niveau des pays. Donc, voilà un peu ce que je peux partager sur ce que nous faisons au niveau de la BOAD et dire que nous avons vraiment... nous mettons vraiment l'agriculture et le président l'a dit, l'agriculture aujourd'hui ce sera pour l'actualisation du plan stratégique, le prochain quinquennat, l'agriculture et l'agro-industrie, ce sera 45 à 50% des investissements de la Banque ouest africaine de développement. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup Moubarak. J'avais raison de dire le talentueux Moubarak. Je pense que là ici, Moubarak nous dit qu'on n'a pas à s'inquiéter pour l'argent si on a des bons mécanismes financiers en place. Et avec un budget autour des fonds de 3 milliards, l'objectif pour la BOAD, c'est mobiliser 10 milliards. Et donc, si on pense bien, si on arrive à associer secteur public et secteur financier en utilisant intelligemment les fonds publics, on peut financer cela. Mais on a besoin de non seulement renforcer les capacités de nous, les experts, mais aussi des acteurs de terrain en y associant l'innovation pour la donnée importante, et l'IA peut aider. Merci beaucoup Moubarak pour cette intervention. Je vais me tourner maintenant auprès de M. Fidel Kouadio. Je pense qu'on est tous fiers du FIRICA en tant qu'institution. Aujourd'hui, le FIRICA accrédité à différents fonds climatiques. Et la question justement pendant que nous sommes en train de parler de mobiliser les financements, comment le FIRCA peut aider à faire davantage, et surtout au niveau local, avec les coopératives et les acteurs de terrain?
Donc, merci Jean-Paul. Est-ce que je peux parler après le talentueux Moubarak? Mais je vais essayer. Donc, je voulais dire que il y a un élément important à rappeler lorsqu'on parle du FICA au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, c'est qu'on a un modèle de développement économique aujourd'hui dont nous en sommes fiers quand on parle du progrès agricole en Côte d'Ivoire. Mais il faut dire que ce progrès agricole-là est basé sur le trépied que l'État de Côte d'Ivoire a mis en place, notamment la recherche, la vulgarisation et le financement. Nous, FICA, nous assurons le volet financement depuis 2004. Et pour vous donner un ordre de grandeur, Dr Taï, qui connaît très bien le FICA, à travers le financement endogène des filières agricoles, a accompagné le CNRA à un peu plus de 28 milliards de francs CFA. Nous avons eu l'atelier sous la présidence du directeur général Nguessan Rodrigue, qui est ici présent, à Yamsoko, pour faire justement ce bilan. Et sur les 28 milliards mobilisés, le tiers a été consacré à la recherche sur le cacao, donc un peu plus de 9 milliards. Et ça, sont des ressources endogènes, des ressources propres aux filières. Pourquoi je le relève? C'est pour dire que déjà au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, on a un outil qui permet de mobiliser des financements. Aujourd'hui, ce qu'on cherche, c'est comment accroître ces financements-là pour permettre justement à la recherche, sur la base des technologies développées, de les mettre à la disposition de nos différents bénéficiaires qui sont les communautés locales et donc les agriculteurs. Donc je pourrais dire à Moubarak, c'est vrai, l'argent n'est pas le problème, mais au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire aussi, la gestion n'est pas un problème. Vous avez un outil qui est là, qui peut vous aider, qui peut vous accompagner justement à pouvoir gérer ces ressources-là efficacement et accompagner les bénéficiaires dans l'atteinte des objectifs que vous vous fixez. Pour donner également un exemple sur justement un des défis qu'il a abordé, notamment le pont entre le secteur financier et ceux qui veulent venir prêter de l'argent pour aller financer des projets, nous avons développé une nouvelle expertise avec les partenaires financiers, notamment les banques. Les banques savent gérer de l'argent, ils savent chercher de l'argent, mais analyser souvent techniquement des projets, ce n'est pas de leur ressources, souvent ce n'est pas de leur compétence. Donc aujourd'hui, le FICA propose cette expertise-là au secteur financier, mais justement pour aider le secteur privé à aller mobiliser des ressources. Parce qu'un frein à la mobilisation, c'est le manque d'expertise et souvent la qualité des projets qui sont proposés aux banques et aux établissements financiers. Donc nous, au niveau du FIRCA aujourd'hui, ce qu'on fait avec la Côte d'Ivoire, on a démarré avec NCA Bank. Je pense que la directrice exécutive l'a rappelé dernièrement. C'est justement d'accompagner ces établissements financiers-là dans l'expertise technique afin d'avoir de meilleurs projets bancables pour pouvoir justement financer. Donc je pense que déjà c'est une alternative qu'on offre au secteur financier pour pouvoir justement accompagner le secteur privé. Deuxième élément, comme je l'ai rappelé, notre première mission en tant que FICA, c'est mobiliser des ressources. Donc comme notre directeur exécutif m'a le dit, nous on sait chercher l'argent. On sait gérer de l'argent et on sait rendre compte. Parce qu'un élément très important dans la gestion, c'est de pouvoir rendre compte des ressources que vous gérez. Et aujourd'hui, je pense qu'avec l'expertise que nous avons développée sur les projets agricoles et l'expertise que nous développons depuis 2017 sur les projets climatiques, nous pouvons dire aux partenaires techniques et financiers ici présents qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, vous avez un outil qui peut vous aider à mobiliser les ressources, qui peut vous aider à gérer les ressources et qui peut justement accompagner dans la diffusion des technologies dont Dr Taï vient de parler. Voilà un peu ce que je voulais dire concernant le FICA. Merci, Aka.
Merci beaucoup, Fidèle. On peut applaudir pour le FICA, de l'expertise. Ils savent chercher de l'argent, ils savent mettre en œuvre, ils savent rendre compte. Chers collègues, avec ces 5 interventions, nous venons d'entendre une vision très complète de la situation du cacao. Bien entendu, les menaces sont là, les innovations aussi sont en face. Pour les mettre à l'échelle, plusieurs mécanismes financiers qui peuvent être mobilisés, avec par exemple l'agroforesterie au cœur. Et notre partenaire régional nous dit qu'il est possible pour eux, en tout cas c'est prévu, qu'au moins 50% de leurs ressources, qui peuvent aller jusqu'à 10 milliards, puissent être orientées vers l'agriculture et donc vers cette transformation. Et avec la perspective du FIRCA, on voit que oui, si les ressources sont mobilisées au niveau international ou régional, il y a encore la possibilité de les rendre plus pratiques, plus palpables, plus proches des acteurs locaux avec l'exemple de FIRCA et du travail remarquable qu'ils font avec les banques. On peut applaudir pour nos 5 panélistes. Je vais prendre le reste du temps pour me tourner maintenant vers vous, public, pour prendre justement des questions ou des interventions. Oui, Rodrigue, bien sûr. Déborah, viens m'aider le micro, pardon.
Ok, merci monsieur le modérateur. J'aimerais à mon tour vraiment féliciter nos 5 panélistes pour la qualité des informations qui ont été communiquées. Moi, j'ai 2 questions peut-être à la BOAD. Je remercie la BOAD parce que c'est une institution qui finance beaucoup l'agriculture en Côte d'Ivoire. Et présentement, nous avons un projet avec vous sur l'assurance indicielle qui a démarré et qui se porte très bien. Ma première question est la suivante. C'est concernant les fonds de préparation relatifs aux ressources dont vous avez parlé. Est-ce que c'est dans le cadre de vos initiatives, est-ce qu'il y a des fonds de préparation et comment est-ce que les États ou même les coopératives, les petits producteurs peuvent y accéder? Je sais également que la BOAD est accréditée auprès de plusieurs institutions telles que le Fonds vert climat, le Fonds environnement mondial, le Fonds d'adaptation. Et c'est une structure sous-régionale. Est-ce que dans vos cahiers de charges, il est possible de travailler avec des institutions nationales accréditées comme le FIRCA, d'abord pour aussi peut-être relever leurs capacités et puis essayer de mobiliser plus de financement? Parce que quand on fait un peu la cartographie des financements climatiques qui sont disponibles, c'est beaucoup plus l'Asie qui tire le gros et l'agriculture même arrive à capter moins. L'essentiel va dans les énergies. Alors comment ensemble, avec des institutions régionales comme les vôtres, des institutions nationales comme le FIRCA, on peut travailler pour notre sous-région où l'agriculture vraiment a une place prépondérante? Merci, voilà mes 2 questions.
Oui,
bien, merci à tous. Je suis Alassane Zié Diamoutene, ambassadeur de Côte d'Ivoire au Brésil. J'ai trois questions. La première est un peu technique. Je voudrais savoir, auprès des sachants qui sont là, s'il y a une corrélation entre les changements climatiques, notamment la température et d'autres facteurs, sur la pression virale, la pression des maladies sur les cacaoyères. La deuxième question, elle est toute simple. Il y a une pression aujourd'hui de l'Union européenne sur nous par rapport à la déforestation, en disant que nous devons maintenant rentrer dans un circuit de réglementation qui est de faire une traçabilité sur l'origine de notre cacao par rapport à la déforestation. Alors, moi, j'ai une question qui me trotte à tout moment, pour laquelle je n'ai pas encore eu de réponse scientifique. Quand on installe une cacaoyère, on déforeste, mais on plante aussi du cacao qui est vert. En matière de carbone, est-ce que les cacaoyères n'ont pas d'impact sur la séquestration du carbone? Parce que je parle d'une situation simple. J'ai abattu un arbre, c'est du vert. Je plante le cacao, c'est du vert. Alors, je me pose la question, j'ai remplacé la forêt par aussi un arbre, mais là qui est un arbre fruitier. En matière de carbone, est-ce que vous pouvez m'édifier sur le fait que ça apporte quelque chose ou pas? Maintenant, la troisième question, c'est en matière de coopération internationale. Parce qu'en tant qu'ambassadeur, je suis au Brésil, qui est un grand pays producteur de cacao aussi, même si ils ne sont pas meilleurs que nous. Il y a une dynamique aujourd'hui au Brésil qui est de doubler la production de cacao dans les 10 ans qui viennent. Donc il y a un grand plan stratégique. Et dans ce plan stratégique, il y a beaucoup d'innovations technologiques. J'ai eu en tant qu'ambassadeur à visiter des centres de recherche, des plantations de cacao. Et aujourd'hui, dans les zones qu'ils appellent les zones semi-arides, ils arrivent à faire pousser du cacao. Dans les zones qui ont un stress, comme on appelle une déficience pédologique, ils arrivent à faire pousser le cacao. Et même, j'ai eu à visiter des plantations de cacao irriguées. Alors, est-ce qu'au niveau du CNRA, du Conseil Café Cacao, il y a une dynamique ou bien un esprit par rapport à aller aussi vers la coopération internationale pour s'enquérir un peu des innovations technologiques qui prospèrent dans certains pays? Merci.
On peut prendre une dernière question.
Gustave Abois, directeur général développement durable et transition écologique, également conseiller économique, social, environnemental et culturel. Je voudrais féliciter aussi tous les intervenants. On a eu de bonnes informations, surtout au niveau de la révolution qui se passe aujourd'hui au niveau du Conseil Café Cacao, qui a démarré bien entendu avec les 3 QC. Je voudrais justement poser la question, que devient les 3 QC? Et puis demander aussi à Dr Kofi, quelle stratégie pour vulgariser sa technologie de mariage, de agroforesterie, et surtout pour booster la lutte contre le changement climatique en Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que nous allons répondre à cette série de questions. Je vais commencer par donner la parole au bout. Chacun des intervenants va réagir sur une des questions selon son inspiration avant de revenir au niveau du public. Allons-y, Dr Taï.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je vais commencer par répondre aux questions de monsieur l'ambassadeur de Côte d'Ivoire au Brésil. La première question, qui est une préoccupation, c'est de savoir est-ce qu'il existe une corrélation entre le changement climatique et l'expression des maladies, si j'ai bien compris. Voilà. Je pense que oui, mais vous savez, en science, il faut démontrer. Et dans nos programmes de recherche, il y a justement une activité qui consiste à étudier les facteurs biotiques et abiotiques de la propagation de la maladie du Schwallenschut. Abiotique, donc, ça prend en compte les aspects des températures, de sécheresse, tout ça. On fait simplement un constat que si vous prenez la zone de Boisflé, Boisflé est une zone connue pour être une zone marginale. Parce que vous avez moins de 1200 mm de pluie par an. Vous avez des périodes de sécheresse qui vont de 3, 4, voire 5 mois consécutifs sans pluie. Et dans cette même zone, vous avez aussi le Schwallenschut. Alors, c'est pour la question, est-ce que le fait qu'il y ait cette sécheresse intense, est-ce que ça n'a pas favorisé justement l'expression de la maladie du Schwallenschut? Ça n'a pas favorisé la propagation de la maladie du Schwallenschut dans les cacaoyères? Nous pensons que oui, mais nous voulons le démontrer. Nous voulons, à travers des résultats scientifiques, le prouver. Donc, pour l'heure, je ne peux pas vous affirmer, mais de mon expérience, quand je vais au champ, je fais ce constat-là, parce que je ne vois pas la même chose dans d'autres zones où la sécheresse n'est pas aussi forte. Donc, il y a le constat, et vous savez, toute recherche part de constat, et on met en place justement le dispositif pour pouvoir répondre de façon scientifique, n'est-ce pas, au problème. Voilà ce que je peux déjà dire. Alors, vous avez aussi dit, Kaoye eux-mêmes. Quand les producteurs ils abattent les arbres, ils plantent les cacaoyers, mais est-ce que les cacaoyers eux-mêmes ne contribuent pas à la séquestration du carbone? Bon, alors je voudrais vous dire, monsieur l'ambassadeur, vous savez, si aujourd'hui c'est plus dans les plantations de cacaoyers que l'agroforesterie, c'est vrai, c'est café cacao, mais beaucoup plus en matière de cacao. Simplement parce que c'est le fait de vouloir faire des plantations de cacao qui a conduit beaucoup à la déforestation en Côte d'Ivoire. Ah oui, ça, nous le savons tous. Et quand on regarde les effets justement de cette déforestation, l'émission de gaz à effet de serre et autres, on s'est dit, si on peut reforester, on peut replanter des arbres dans ces champs-là, cela certainement va contribuer à ramener le couvert forestier qu'on a perdu. Ça, c'est un. Mais quand on regarde également tous les avantages qui sont liés à l'agroforesterie, on pense que cette approche est intéressante parce que ça recrée le microclimat. Vous le savez, l'association d'arbres d'ombrage, d'arbres fruitiers ou autres contribue à créer un microclimat qui est favorable à la vie des cacaoyers. Jusqu'ici, la recherche agronomique avait recommandé des plantations de cacaoyers en plein soleil. Les cacaos Mercedes dont on vous parle, justement, ont été généralement plantés en plein soleil et au bout de 18 mois, vous avez déjà les premiers fruits. Et en année de pleine production, c'est-à-dire à partir de 4 ans, 5 ans, vous avez, quand les itinéraires techniques sont bien suivis, vous avez 2 à 3 tonnes de cacao marchand à l'hectare. Là où, justement, le cacao tout venant vous donne 300, dans le meilleur des cas, 500 kilos à l'hectare. Mais l'inconvénient de cette pratique, c'est que le sol s'appauvrit vite. Il faut nécessairement apporter des intrants. C'est coûteux, les producteurs n'ont pas ces moyens-là. Or, avec le système agroforestier à base de cacao, on n'aura pas besoin d'apporter autant de produits chimiques, des minéraux, des produits chimiques qu'on connaît aujourd'hui. En tout cas, il aura un apport réduit des intrants, puisque les grands arbres qui sont plantés en mélange avec les cacaoyers, justement, ont cette capacité de fixer, n'est-ce pas, comment on appelle, le carbone dans leur biomasse aérienne et souterraine au niveau des racines. Et tout ceci contribue à séquestrer le carbone. Et donc, quand vous regardez tous ces avantages, le produit que le producteur va en tirer, il va vendre aussi, n'est-ce pas, les fruits qui sortent de là, il sera moins dépendant du cacao. Aujourd'hui, le prix du cacao en Côte d'Ivoire est intéressant, d'accord, mais c'est un prix qui fluctue. D'un moment à l'autre, ça peut baisser. Mais s'il a autre chose à vendre, je pense que ça va résoudre un problème. Il y a tellement d'avantages. Donc, je vais dire, monsieur l'ambassadeur, c'est vrai que les cacaoyers eux-mêmes contribuent parce que leurs feuilles qui tombent aussi se décomposent, contribuent à enrichir le sol. Mais, justement, quand vous avez des grands arbres à l'intérieur de la même parcelle, il y a plus de feuilles qui vont tomber, qui vont donc contribuer à enrichir le sol d'éléments nutritifs plus intéressants. Donc, en gros, les deux contribuent, mais le système agroforestier, avec les avantages qui sont liés à ce système, nous pensons que vraiment il convient de pouvoir encourager, faire cette promotion aujourd'hui. Et avec la séquestration du carbone, tout à l'heure, on nous a dit, on peut vendre ce carbone aussi. Ça peut être des revenus supplémentaires pour les producteurs pour pouvoir, n'est-ce pas, faire face à d'autres projets de développement qu'ils ont. Voilà ce que je peux dire.
L'autre question de l'ambassadeur, c'était la question de la coopération internationale entre le Brésil et la Côte d'Ivoire, notamment le Conseil Café Cacao et Sénégal.
Oui, monsieur l'ambassadeur, vous le savez mieux que quiconque. Moi, chercheur que j'étais, j'ai toujours compris que le Brésil a toujours été très fermé aux échanges. Ça, il n'y a rien à faire. On a souvent demandé du matériel végétal, mais pour avoir du matériel végétal, ce n'est pas possible. Ils ne veulent pas en recevoir, ils ne veulent pas en donner. Mais on a été agréablement surpris, il n'y a pas si longtemps, qu'il y a une équipe du Brésil qui est arrivée voir le conseil du café cacao, le DG du conseil cacao, pour s'ouvrir. Ils sont prêts à la collaboration. Donc je pense qu'on est déjà dans cette dynamique de collaboration et dans un contexte de changement climatique, je pense qu'on peut beaucoup apprendre de nous-mêmes pour la reconstruction de la station de recherche de Divo, je vous l'apprends, que c'est un projet qui tient au cœur du DG du Conseil du Café Cacao, reconstruit la station afin d'avoir une station dynamique, vraiment à même de pouvoir faire face aux défis, justement aujourd'hui actuels, de la cacaoculture, de la caféiculture. Dans ce contexte-là, monsieur le DG du Conseil nous a envoyé au Brésil. Je pense que vous étiez informé qu'il y avait une délégation de Côte d'Ivoire qui est arrivée. Ça coïncidait avec, je crois, un des grands événements qui a eu lieu ici, je crois, organisé
dans
par...
le Sahara, il y avait aussi une délégation du Brésil.
En tout cas, il y a eu un événement, on est venu, on a pu visiter des centres comme le centre de Mars, le centre du cacao de Mars. On a visité aussi d'autres centres du café et autres. Tout ceci pour dire que la collaboration, je pense que si elle n'était pas vraiment poussée, mais en tout cas, on est dans la dynamique d'une bonne collaboration. Voilà ce que je voulais...
Docteur Taï, je reviens avant de l'intervention pour préciser une question. Bon, je vais laisser...
Je vais compléter, hein, parce que moi, ça fait 3 ans et demi que je suis là. Effectivement, c'était fermé. Nous avons travaillé discrètement, ça c'est le rôle des diplomates, à ce que ça soit ouvert.
Merci, monsieur.
C'est ouvert, et même mieux, j'ai transmis au ministère de l'Agriculture un projet de coopération entre la partie ivoirienne et la partie brésilienne, mais je n'ai pas encore de suite. Donc c'est à vous de regarder avec votre hiérarchie à l'agriculture, où des centres comme le CEPLAC, des centres comme Embrapa sont prêts à s'ouvrir à la partie ivoirienne.
Merci.
Voilà, merci.
Merci. Merci. Bon, je voulais m'arrêter là, c'est une question que j'ai pu arrêter.
J'ai envie de finir de faire tout maintenant.
Voilà, merci. Et merci, monsieur l'ambassadeur. Merci, les présentateurs. Ce que monsieur l'ambassadeur n'a peut-être pas dit, c'est qu'en 3 ans, il a fait beaucoup de va-et-vient entre la Côte d'Ivoire, son pays et le Brésil. Et il a rencontré tout le secteur privé ivoirien, brésilien. Nous avons eu des échanges. Et le dernier que je peux vous dire, c'est que dès que le ministre des Affaires étrangères est retourné, vous avez dû voir dans les journaux que très bientôt, on va reprendre la ligne aérienne entre le Brésil et la Côte d'Ivoire, qui en fait, en réalité, font face à face. Et si on le faisait comme par le passé, c'est 4h30 de trajet. Je voulais vraiment pour dire félicitations, monsieur l'ambassadeur. C'est peut-être pas mon rôle de le dire, mais il est quand même bon, quand on est témoin de quelque chose, de témoigner au monde.
Merci beaucoup. Docteur Kwasi, c'est 2 questions pour vous. La première, bien entendu, la question du docteur Gustave sur la meilleure manière de promouvoir le mécanisme ABM que vous avez évoqué. Mais une deuxième question pour vous, elle est issue de la question de l'ambassadeur. Dans le contexte de la RDIE, est-ce que justement remplacer le cacao par les forêts ne reviendrait pas au même justement, puisque là on est en train de parler de 2 arbres. Donc je voudrais que vous interveniez aussi sur ces 2 aspects. Merci.
Et je vais commencer par la dernière question tout à l'heure. Remplacer la forêt par le cacao, n'est-ce pas remplacer du carbone par du carbone? C'est ça la question en fait.
Dans le contexte de la RDIE.
Dans la RDIE. Et le carbone, c'est du carbone, mais le carbone n'est pas le carbone dans ce contexte. Pourquoi? Parce que, premièrement, il y a d'abord une affaire de quantité. Quand il n'y a pas de champ de cacao, l'écosystème qui était en place, non seulement a son carbone initial, et au fur et à mesure, si on fait une évaluation au fur et à mesure, la courbe d'évolution est toujours croissante, que ce soit le carbone aérien comme le carbone dans le sol. Maintenant, nous venons et d'abord nous coupons le cycle, nous enlevons tout et nous remplaçons par un champ de cacao qui lui-même au départ sera presque, c'est pas 0, mais le carbone sera très très réduit. C'est-à-dire que la biomasse aérienne est déjà partie, c'est le carbone du sol qui reste, qui va commencer à être dégradé encore au fil du temps pour donner place à un peu de carbone qui sera au-dessus. Donc, pour être plus précis, ce serait 2 courbes. Et si on présentait les 2 courbes, nous allons voir, pour la végétation initiale, c'est une grande courbe qui monte, mais pour le cacao, c'est une courbe qui à peine est en de monter, et puis 19 ans, 25 ans après, ça redescend, ça devient 0. Parce que nos parcelles de cacao en monoculture, en 19 à 25 ans, 35 ans maximum, ça a disparu. Donc, cette quantité déjà, ça c'est un problème. De deux, oui, j'ai dit que le carbone, c'est pas du carbone, c'est que l'autre c'est du carbone, mais c'est de différentes sources, la biodiversité, qui est une préoccupation majeure au niveau international. Donc, nous faisons du champ de cacao aussi, au moins, on a réduit la quantité de carbone, mais aussi on a la biodiversité. On serait presque irréprochable un peu, on pourrait tolérer. Mais non seulement notre carbone est petit, et encore, il n'y a pas de biodiversité. Donc là, on est sous le projecteur. C'est plus ça, en fait, le problème. La deuxième question, c'est comment mettre à l'échelle l'ABM. Effectivement, c'est une question très percutante. J'aurais aimé que, comme nous sommes sur le pavillon, mes collègues de la BAD viennent m'aider à répondre à cette question. Ça a déjà commencé. Ça a déjà commencé par le fait que ça a été enregistré déjà comme l'article 6. Comme les mécanismes de l'article 6.2 et l'article 6.4. Excusez-moi peut-être les choses techniques. C'est que si vous voulez les mécanismes carbone, où le carbone est à un prix qui est vendu sur le marché, lui il n'est pas marchand, mais ils l'ont déjà enregistré et ils sont en train de faire la propagation au niveau international. Il y a eu plein d'événements, non seulement ici, dans le pavillon des banques multilatérales, c'est en train de partir. Et donc, la première des choses, c'est le renforcement des capacités. Au moment où nous sommes, avec, bien entendu, les collaborateurs au niveau national, nous sommes en train de prévoir comment faire des renforcements de capacités au niveau national en Côte d'Ivoire. Et puis aussi lancer le tout premier projet pour donner d'autres éléments d'apprentissage à tout le monde pour qu'au niveau national, nous puissions utiliser ça pour faire la mobilisation de la finance privée, surtout privée. Ce n'est pas pour mobiliser les finances que le pays aurait pu avoir par d'autres moyens comme les fonds verts, comme les fonds d'adaptation, mais ce qui ne pourrait pas être obtenu. Si nous allons vers les fonds ordinaires, c'est pour venir donner le premier fonds pour dérisquer, pour que le secteur privé vienne prendre le relais. Voilà, donc voilà un peu, il y aura assez de renforcement des capacités, il y aura des premières implémentations pour donner le goût à tout le monde. Je pense que j'ai... Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Kwasi. Dr. Beria, for you, I think I want to ask you two questions from the public. First, in your perspective, how make operational all financial mechanisms that you present here, like ecosystem payment services, also ABM and other mechanisms. And second, I want to have your point of view for these issues about and deforestation in the context of the LDU.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So for payment for ecosystem services, in the other session, I would like to highlight when we are talking about financing, yeah, especially climate and ecosystem service financing for smallholder, yeah, we here like facing triple challenges, yeah. First of all, when we are talking about climate and ecosystem services, it is not the traditional financing system. Why is that? Because to ensure that our cacao production also can somehow link to the climate and ecosystem service issue, we need to understand, yeah, how this cacao, agroforestry, cacao monoculture become parts of the solution on the increasing ecosystem services and also reducing the effect of climate change. Why is that? Meaning that when we are talking about concrete ways the government needs to do, we need to embed the agenda of climate change with cacao productivity in one place. Yeah, you cannot separate, because usually in many government agencies, what I know, at least in Indonesia, in my country, you tends to separate between forestry agenda for the conservation and then agriculture agenda for the productivity. When they do not put together the agenda, and kind of difficult to ensure this agroforestry or the multifunctionality of the landscape become a joint agenda, you know. The implication, if we are talking about the funding at the public level, yeah, the mainstreaming of agroforestry as part of the multifunctional landscape, yeah, it's kind of difficult, yeah, to put it together, and also ensuring the upscale program that really meeting both conservation and the production. Yeah, meaning that the idea of productive landscape, it needs to be seen as that the farmers is not only the producer of cacao, but also the stewardship, yeah, of the climate change solution. Yeah, that will be one thing that we are able to highlight. Like for example, if we are talking about cacao program, can we also talking about green? Well, I know cacao is green. Green cacao program, right? Ensuring that the whole goals are being there when we are talking about the farmer. And then as you know as well, extensionists, yeah, in the cacao production, do they know about the principle of ecosystem services, right? Do they know what are the functions of cacao within all the landscape? Yeah, so this thing, I guess, linking to the capacity building, yeah, we need to discuss about this more. And maybe the last one is about the EUDR. As this is also C4 ICRAF concern about the EUDR. Because EUDR, when we are talking about the remote sensing, somehow agroforestry also can misclassified as forest. And vice versa. Yeah, it means that if we are not careful, we can somehow, the farmers planting agroforestry can be considered as the source of the degradation. Yeah, so this is also something that we need to be careful, like how this EUDR, especially for the agroforestry farmer, needs to be thought through about more informed decisions at the local level. Yeah, all the data gain, etc. We need to ensure that this shouldn't be somehow harmful for our agroforestry farmers. Thank you.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Dr. Beria. Je pense que le point central dedans, c'est que si on fait du producteur un producteur non seulement de cacao, mais d'un ensemble de services climatiques qui ne peuvent pas être dissociés, en ce moment, on a la clé pour justement arriver à mobiliser l'ensemble de ces ressources financières. Merci beaucoup. Moubarak, je pense qu'on avait une question qui concernait les fonds de préparation des projets et surtout la question centrale aussi, vraiment comment les pays africains peuvent bénéficier davantage de financement issus de ces situations.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, oui, effectivement, nous avons mis en place depuis décembre 2023 un fonds d'études climat pour justement accompagner cette dynamique, encourager les porteurs de projets à développer des projets qui prennent en compte les critères d'éligibilité des partenaires, des bailleurs de fonds dans le développement des projets en amont. Parce que l'une des choses que nous avons remarqué aussi sur la lenteur, c'est parce que les développeurs de projets ne prennent pas réellement en compte les critères d'éligibilité des développeurs de projets avant de construire les projets. Donc nous essayons de travailler avec eux aujourd'hui pour co-construire les projets, pour qu'au moment où nous commençons pas à regarder le projet, il est pris en compte beaucoup de critères d'éligibilité. Nous avions un fonds d'études classique pour la banque qui ne prenait pas en compte le secteur privé dans le financement des études. Mais aujourd'hui, avec le fonds d'études climat, quand votre projet est orienté climat ou développement durable, nous pouvons vous accompagner à le faire. Et nous exigeons quand même que ce projet-là soit globalement une priorité de l'État, soit globalement orienté dans les CDN ou dans les engagements au niveau international des États. Donc c'est quelque chose que nous faisons. Sur la collaboration avec le FIRCA et d'autres partenaires, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, le FIRCA, il est là, le FIRCA peut témoigner de ça. C'est une action clé pour nous. Le FIRCA connaît mieux la Côte d'Ivoire, les besoins du secteur agricole de la Côte d'Ivoire que la BOAD. Et pour nous, au niveau de la BOAD, c'est important de passer par des acteurs comme le FIRCA pour toucher aussi ce secteur-là. Donc nous renforçons, nous travaillons beaucoup plus sur notre collaboration avec le FIRCA, mais avec d'autres acteurs. D'ailleurs, avec le Conseil Café Cacao, nous avons signé un MOU pour voir comment est-ce que de façon globale, nous pouvons mobiliser des ressources pour adresser les besoins réels du Conseil Café Cacao. Donc je pense que cet MOU a été signé il n'y a pas très longtemps et nous allons pouvoir travailler sur la mobilisation des ressources avec le Conseil Café Cacao pour vraiment identifier ce point-là. L'autre chose que nous faisons, que j'ai mentionné très rapidement tout à l'heure, c'est que nous développons aujourd'hui des programmes d'investissement climat au niveau des pays. Et ces programmes d'investissement climat, en fait, c'est réellement les priorités des États sur leurs engagements au niveau international sur le climat. Je pense qu'il y a le Bénin ici aussi avec lequel nous avons travaillé récemment. Nous sommes en train de travailler d'ailleurs à signer un MOU pour voir comment est-ce que toutes ces stratégies des pays peuvent être prises en compte dans le développement, parce que le Bénin a la technicité pour développer des infrastructures, pour développer la partie technique. Nous savons lever de l'argent, et donc comment est-ce que ensemble nous pouvons travailler pour adresser toutes ces problématiques-là, pour que les ressources que nous mobilisons soient vraiment adaptées aux besoins du développement. Et donc c'est vraiment ce travail-là que nous faisons avec le Fonds d'études climat, avec les ressources que nous avons, pour vraiment faciliter. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes passés au niveau de la mobilisation des ressources avec le Fonds vert, par exemple, de 18 à 24 mois. Nous sommes passés de 8 à 10 mois, par exemple, de mobilisation de ressources auprès du Fonds vert. Et c'est grâce à ce Fonds d'études climat. Et donc, nous pensons que c'est un outil qui peut vraiment aider à accélérer la mobilisation des ressources. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Mbarg. Je pense qu'on peut revenir à Fidèle. Peut-être la question, elle était transversale. Hein. Si on regarde dans la perspective justement des coopératives un peu encore plus bas, comment justement ceux-ci peuvent arriver à mobiliser ces financements climatiques-là avec la périphérie? Et tu peux répondre à d'autres questions que tu penses sont intéressantes.
Déjà, c'est pour répondre à la question du DG Nguessan. Il faut dire qu'avec la BOAD, il y a le directeur exécutif qui a fait une mission même spéciale au Togo pour rencontrer la BOAD à l'effet justement de discuter de ces questions-là. Et je pense que les discussions sont en cours et très bientôt, ça va se conclure sûrement par une signature de partenariat. L'autre question, comment mettre l'ABM à échelle? Le DG à bois. En fait, au-delà de ce que ICRAF fait, je voulais rappeler ici qu'il y a déjà une initiative qui est en cours en Côte d'Ivoire avec le FIICA, la BAD, la Banque islamique de développement, la Commission climat pour le Sahel, pour justement tester un modèle, non pas sur les cultures pérennes comme le cacao, mais plutôt sur les cultures vivrières. Donc on a initié des formations dont Amani parlait tout à l'heure. L'équipe du FIICA a pu bénéficier de 3 formations de la part de l'équipe de la BAD, et cela se poursuit. En fait, l'objectif qui est visé, c'est d'abord l'appropriation et la vulgarisation. Donc la BAD veut se baser sur le FIICA en tant qu'institution nationale pour pouvoir éprouver non seulement cet outil-là et permettre au FIICA de pouvoir le partager au niveau des autres filières agricoles. Donc le travail il est en cours. Pour revenir à la question de Jean-Paul sur les coopératives, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, on parle de plus en plus de professionnalisation des acteurs. Donc il faut arriver à mieux structurer nos coopératives, à mieux les former pour qu'ils soient capables d'aller mobiliser les financements. Parce que quand on parle de mobilisation de financement, il n'y a rien d'autre, c'est la gestion fiduciaire des fonds. Donc il faut que ces coopératives-là soient capables de pouvoir gérer efficacement ces ressources. Et comme je l'ai dit dans mon propos tout à l'heure, et pouvoir rendre compte. C'est tout ce que les bailleurs demandent. Vous gérez, vous rendez compte, vous gérez, vous rendez compte. Mais pour le faire, il faut qu'on les accompagne, il faut qu'on les forme pour qu'ils soient suffisamment aptes à pouvoir justement aller à la mobilisation.
Merci beaucoup, mes panélistes. Tu veux réagir? Ok.
Non, c'était juste pour apporter un élément de réponse sur la question relative au 2QC. Le 2QC, c'est le programme quantité-qualité du cacao qui a été mis en œuvre pendant... Pardon? Oui, ok. Qui a été mis en œuvre pendant près de 7 ans et qui a donné de très bons résultats. Le volet quantité a été quelque peu suspendu lorsqu'on a constaté la croissance exponentielle de la production de la Côte d'Ivoire depuis, on va dire, les années 2019. Mais ce volet va reprendre. Mais au jour d'aujourd'hui, on ne parle plus tellement du 2QC parce que, à cause des questions de durabilité, les 2 gros programmes du Conseil, qui étaient le 2QC et le Fonds d'investissement en milieu rural, ont été fondus à un programme unique de durabilité qu'on appelle aujourd'hui la stratégie nationale cacao durable. Voilà, qui a été formulée avec d'autres secteurs tels que le ministère de l'Environnement, le ministère des Eaux et Forêts, le ministère de la Solidarité sur les questions de travail des enfants. Voilà, donc ce programme est suivi directement par la primature, donc c'est le Premier ministre en personne qui est le président du comité d'orientation stratégique et le conseil du café cacao assure le secrétariat. Donc ce programme continue, mais il a été fondu dans un programme de durabilité. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. Je pense que vous avez beaucoup de questions, mais on doit conclure dans 2 minutes. Voici ce que je voudrais pouvoir dire. Je pense que nous étions réunis pour analyser une problématique essentielle. Avant que je donne la conclusion, j'ai commencé à avoir des remords, donc je vais vous donner le micro pour 30 secondes et puis je vais conclure.
Non, non. Merci beaucoup. Bon, je voudrais féliciter tous les panélistes. Moi, c'est Gomé Hilaire, je suis écologiste. Je représente le Conseil économique et social, environnemental et culturel. Je vais juste poser une petite question. Concernant l'amitié, j'allais dire, entre le cacao et la forêt, est-ce qu'il y a des espèces spécifiques pour le succès de l'agroforesterie en lien avec le cacao?
30 secondes, docteur. 30.
C'est une question très intéressante. Ce que je peux vous dire, c'est qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, il y a plusieurs espèces qui sont proposées aux producteurs. Mais il faut tenir compte d'un fait, c'est qu'il y a des espèces qui sont de hautes potentiels de virus, donc déjà, même si c'est de bonnes espèces qui peuvent être associées au cacao, nous les excluons. Parce que le virus peut partir de là. Donc les espèces que nous diffusons aujourd'hui, que le Conseil diffuse, il y en a plusieurs. Hein. C'est un mélange d'au moins 3 espèces qui sont données à chaque producteur, hein, entre 25 et 40 pieds à l'hectare, ça dépend. Voilà. Mais ce sont des espèces qui ont fait l'objet de criblage pour savoir est-ce que ce sont des espèces qui sont susceptibles de contenir le virus du ou pas. Et c'est celles qui ne le font pas, qui ne peuvent pas contenir le virus que nous donnons. C'est ce que je peux vous dire.
Merci beaucoup. 1 minute, 30 secondes aussi à l'ambassadeur. J'ai envie de vous donner plus, mais la BAD...
L'ambassadeur d'autorité peut s'octroyer plus de 3 minutes. Vous êtes sous ma couverture ici. Non, 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 c'est toujours dans la dynamique. C'est une question plus large par rapport au cacao. Hein. J'avais interpellé le Conseil sur les questions de coopération internationale. Mais je voudrais apporter une information, puisque nous sommes premier producteur mondial. Ici, en matière de recherche et d'innovation technologique, les Brésiliens sont en train d'entreprendre une réflexion sur la valorisation de la cabosse. La valorisation d'une cabosse de cacao plutôt. Et ils en sont arrivés à ce que la richesse qu'on peut dégager d'une cabosse, la fève n'en représente que 20%. La fève sur laquelle nous sommes concentrés actuellement ne représente que 20% de la richesse qu'on peut d'une cabosse de cacao. Donc, en tant que premier producteur mondial, ça nous est...
Beaucoup pour cette recommandation à l'ambassadeur, de l'ambassadeur. Je pense que nous étions rassemblés pour montrer comment la science agronomique, la finance climatique peuvent ensemble transformer la cacaoculture ivoirienne en un modèle réactif vers un modèle prédictif et résilient face au changement climatique. Je pense que tout à l'heure, nous avons eu toutes les informations nécessaires avec des innovations qui existent, d'autres innovations qui pourraient être développées en coopération avec le Brésil, mais aussi des financements disponibles, plusieurs mécanismes financiers qui peuvent être combinés et la mobilisation des partenaires, non seulement au niveau régional avec la BOAD, mais aussi au niveau local avec le FERICA. Je voudrais vous remercier de votre présence et de votre participation à ce panel. Je voudrais qu'on puisse ovationner encore les panélistes. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Une photo de famille. Ouais, merci.
All right. So sorry, we will not be able to use the headsets. But I think to be able to join a conversation and follow, I would like to invite you to come to the front as much as is possible. There's still some empty seats. We are competing with other speakers, so it's going to be quite challenging. So my name is Eugene Fongwa. I lead the Just Transition and Energy Access work at the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. This side event is a very, very crucial one for us because it addresses one of the biggest challenges that the continent faces as we all try to transition from carbon-intensive production and consumption models into more less carbon production and consumption models. What we find is that there is a very strong emphasis on decarbonization in the transition debates. But the crucial question of energy access hasn't been given sufficient attention. And so what we want to do here this afternoon is to try to highlight the importance of energy access for almost 630 million people who don't have electricity and almost 1 billion people without access to clean cooking. But that's not all. Even industries are not sufficiently powered across the continent. So there can be no sustainable development in Africa without sufficient increase in power supply for household, for rural economies, for small-scale economies, but also for large-scale industrialization of the continent. One of the things we have been reflecting upon was exactly how do you shape the narrative and position the debate on the just transition on the continent in a way that makes sense. And one of the conclusions we had was that in addition to decarbonization, we must begin to see the energy discussion on the continent as an adaptation and as a resilience intervention. Because without adequate power, communities cannot properly respond to the impacts of climate change. Hospitals cannot deal with the health challenges that arise as a result of climate change. Agriculture cannot produce sufficiently and be resilient in the face of climate change. But how do we make that work? We also found that in the UNFCCC processes and in the COP processes, the energy discussion doesn't consider climate change access as a climate imperative. Energy access is discussed principally as a development imperative. But there is clear evidence that energy poverty is a climate issue because energy poverty is a driver of vulnerabilities and energy access can build resilience and adaptive capacities. So this afternoon, I'm really, really glad that we have a panel of distinguished people from different walks of life with different perspectives on the issue to share their thoughts and help us address these issues and see whether we can get to a point where energy access is not only discussed in the UNFCCC processes, but becomes a climate goal. And so that is what we'll be aiming at for the 1.5 hours that we have here this afternoon. So with me, we have Dr. James Morombetsi, who is coordinator of the Africa Climate Policy Center at the Economic Commission for Africa. We have Dr. Fernanda Cavello, who is head of policy, climate and energy practice at WWF International. We have Ms. Shampi Anna, who is program lead, Northern Vision CBO in Kenya. We have Dr. Tinashe, Gumba, who is Program Manager, Program Executive for Ecological Justice at the All Africa Conference of Churches. And we have one more panelist who, for now, is catching his breath in the audience, and I'm going to be inviting him at some point to join this panel, and I'll introduce him properly at that time. So I want to start the conversation with you, James, because I know you have other engagements, and ask you, because it requires that there is not only a shift in debate, but that there is also a shift in policy if we have to make energy access a climate issue. My question then is, from a policy and evidence standpoint, how would you recognize, first of all, because that's the first step, energy access as a climate change issue, especially as it relates to Africa's development and transition trajectories?
Yeah, thank you very much, Eugene, moderator. Good afternoon, colleagues, fellow panelists. You know, this question, my own personal feeling is, within the climate movement, and I've said this many times, Eugene, there is a tendency towards a climate determinism, where we think that by resolving the climate challenge, we resolve the development challenge. And the way you express the question sounds to me like you're saying, in order to resolve the energy access challenge, we need to address it as a climate issue. I think that is completely wrong, because our starting point has to be to recognize that vulnerability to climate change is itself a development question in the African context. In other words, people are vulnerable because they don't have a sufficient level of investment in infrastructure, in energy, in productive capacity, all of the things that would constitute resilience. And the second part of my response, beyond sort of a rejection of a climate determinism, is that, you know, if it's a development challenge in Africa, then you can actually address the access issue at two levels, because there are on-grid solutions, which are incredibly expensive solutions that you would need to address the industrialization imperatives of the continent, right? You need aluminium, you need steel, you need fertilizer, you need cement, all of the hard to abate, and you cannot do those things with existing renewable technologies, except hydro. However, there are also off-grid solutions which are suitable for providing access. If what you want is to have your small rural producers have the ability to irrigate a small hectare of land, you have solar pumping solutions that can do that. If you want to light up a home, if you want to develop storage facilities in small health centers, the off-grid solutions have the capacity to do that. Those technologies exist. But beyond those technologies, when we start talking about real industrialization, which is going to build resilience at scale, then we also need to think about clean energy. Remember, even the renewables are also, to some extent, polluting. They are not completely clean, right? I mean, if you consider the cost of solar, most of the panels are made in China. There's a huge cost associated with the mining, with the distribution, the production, and so on. But some technologies are less polluting than others. So if we want to scale up to the development level, then we really need to begin to think about how the climate solutions contained in the UNFCCC processes recognize a critical development need for Africa, which cannot be delivered with existing renewable technologies. In other words, how do we recognize in our NDCs the need to increase emissions, peak at some stage before we can actually start declining them? Now, the statistical evidence for my solution, if you look at there has been in the past 5-10 years an increase, I think, of about 20 or so % in investment in renewables. But two things: only 2% of that investment is coming from Africa. But secondly, even in the developed economies, that investment is additional to investments in fossils rather than replacing the fossils. So we really need to get the UNFCCC processes, as you say, to recognize that we need to close the development gap first as a way of us building our resilience as well. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just a quick follow-up, because I get your argument, but here's my question. If you do not recognize that energy poverty is a climate issue, how can you address it within the UNFCCC processes? And I agree with you that it's first and foremost a developmental issue. The problem is that right now, energy access is not considered a climate issue. It should. As you point out, it's a driver of vulnerabilities. It can attract additional investments if it became a climate issue. Would you agree?
Yeah, but what you're saying is we should therefore negotiate for energy to become one of the key objectives of But if you look at all of the debates around the just transition, I think that it should be easy for our parties to actually introduce access as a component of the just transition. Currently, as I understand it, issues get into the agenda of the UNFCCC first as a work program, which defines the contours of the focus of what is it that you intend to achieve and so on. So in that, if we introduce it as a work program, then I think what you're arguing for is we then have to look for ways of financing it as part of financing the climate response, which is justified. I think we have to take that route, recognizing that the current progress of the financing discussion itself is anything but promising.
Thank you so much. Let me turn to Fernanda now, because I just want us to continue the conversation that James has raised. And I'm still wondering whether there is any value in integrating this discussion within the UNFCCC processes. In part, because, to be frank, the transition debate about decarbonization doesn't really sit well. The evidence doesn't suggest that it's an urgent issue for African countries with so much high levels of energy poverty, with so little emissions, with so much need for industrialization and development. So what would justify African negotiators to be having a conversation about something that doesn't directly lead to transformation of their societies? So my question then is, James suggests that perhaps work programs could be an entry point for this discussion. But knowing how these processes work, what other entry points can one find if you agree that it needs to be integrated, first of all?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. First of all, my name is Fernanda Carvalho. I'm not African, I'm Brazilian. But we Brazilians feel very close to Africa because we have probably the second blackest population outside of Africa. We are very influenced by the Africa culture, and we like to think of Africa as a sister nation, so it's a pleasure to be here. We do have issues of energy access in this very country, in this very region. In this region, we have 1 million people without access to energy. Local communities, local populations that live in the Amazon, they don't have access to energy. So it's a problem we also know about. But connecting to the negotiations, and that's very much my world because I am head of policy for climate and energy at WWF, and we do have programs on energy access on the ground. I'm seeing some interesting things coming up in those discussions because, as you know, from 2023, we have the global stocktake, and the global stocktake created the need for a transition away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. So this is the text, this was the agreement by negotiations in 2023, that we have to transition away from fossil fuels. And there is this element of justice, and of course the element of justice relates very much to the just transition that was brought to you by here. And we have a Just Transition Work Program being discussed now in those rooms. So you could have a hook to the Just Transition Work Program. And orderly means you have milestones, you know, and the milestones should be different for developed and developing countries. So there is an element of differentiation there, but also, you know, common but differentiated responsibilities, which is a principle within the convention. So there is a responsibility for developed countries to provide finance. And of course, if you look at the equity issue, the equity talks about subsidies. Of course, why are we funding dirty energy when we should be funding not only clean energy, but also energy access? Because it's an equity issue. And when President Lula came for the Leaders Summit last week, I thought it was great that he brought the need for a transitioning away from fossil fuels roadmap. If this roadmap gets discussed, I think it should have an element on energy access, because we already have a target of tripling renewables, doubling energy efficiency. There was something that was brought by the Leaders Summit that is a declaration to have 4 times more sustainable fuels. So there could be something connecting to energy access there. And I'm very adamant that this roadmap, if we have a roadmap coming up, you know, as a way to respond to the 1.5 emissions gap, that it's also something that is in discussion in those rooms, it should have a mention to energy access. That's very, very important, and I think you can count on civil society to be a voice for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll probably ask you a few more questions before we get to the end, but exactly what does it look like at a grassroots level? Because we're having this conversation at a very macro policy level, but what exactly is the situation? And let me point out, when you speak, and that's what we want to change, the language is transitioning away from fossil fuels. It's not transitioning into prosperity, which is what makes sense for African countries. And I think that's the foundational narrative that James's argument sits on, that it has to be transitioning into prosperity. But exactly how does that play out at a very grassroots level? And I want to go to Anna, who comes from a community that lives on a daily basis with problems of energy access, to tell us a bit what resilience looks like and how the lack of access to energy affects the capacity of communities to deal with the impact of climate change they're facing, but also to capitalize on the opportunities that are there to build adaptive capacity, to reduce their vulnerabilities, and to reduce their exposures to climate impacts. Sorry, I'm going to grab this.
Thank you so much, Eugene, for that question. So I am from the indigenous Borana people of northern Kenya, and my community lives alongside other indigenous and grassroots communities who are mostly pastoralists. And we live in the ASA regions of Kenya, the arid and semi-arid regions. And some people call it the desert even. So in my organization, I have seen how access to clean energy can benefit a community, because I run a farm that is entirely solar powered. In the desert, I am able to, the ancestors. Yes, so in the desert, we have been able to keep fish. We have been able to irrigate acres of land and to grow from where people didn't think we would see life coming from. But in my community, adaptation becomes possible because we lack even the basic enablers, something as little as electricity. Yeah, something as little as electricity. And how that is looking like, one, for the women and the young girls, a lot of time is being wasted in collecting firewood that would be used to cook, firewood that would be used to see at night. And for the herders, they're losing a lot of animals because there's no proper lighting to see what is going on with the animals at night. And the animals are not just our culture, but our source of livelihoods. Even for the farmers at night, how do you how do you oversee what is going on in your farm in a place where we are coexisting with wild animals? In the healthcare system, we cannot store vaccines in my community's hospitals. And if the vaccines were to be transported every day, it takes a long time because we are in an off-grid place where even if a car was supposed to come, with proper roads, something that would have taken 1 hour ends up taking maybe 4 hours or even 5 hours. So imagine what is happening to all these different systems. I went to boarding high school for 4 years. After finishing that, I went to uni for 4 years. That was 8 years. I was not in an environment where I was constantly exposed to the fumes when I'm cooking in the kitchen. But after I graduated and went back home and started this organization, even now, I stand here, as I sit here, I am affected. My health is affected. I am having some little breathing problems because we do not have the proper clean cooking that is required for us to be cooking for ourselves. But we are doing little things in our community to make us adapt, and also taking a moment to be grateful for the situation that has happened because it has opened room for us to be resilient. And so in our organization, the decentralized solutions we've been able to employ has been able to solve some of these issues. That in my village, we recently did a project of distributing solar lanterns. These solar lanterns are very special because they require little charging, and at very bright 360 lumens, they're able to light. I don't know if a video can be played. It's a very short video for maybe you to see my community and how the adaptation looks like in the grassroots. The video, yeah. So the video is being played right now. It's a video we did with my co-founders. There's 3 of us. There's Zamzam Bonaya and Hussein Bonaya who took the video.
Welcome to Gotu, Waso Tabiye Dahaba, the sons of gold. When night comes, the stars take their turn to shine, quiet, vast, and familiar. This is home to our pastoralist community, proud, resilient, and deeply connected to the rhythm of the land. My name is Zamzam Bonaya Boru. I'm the founder and director of Northern Vision community-based organization.
We work alongside our community to ensure that we have sustainable and practical solutions. Our mission is simple: to make sure that our community is economically empowered, socially engaged, and most importantly, technologically advanced. In our efforts to advance climate justice, particularly on adaptation and the beautiful solar that we have been blessed with, Northern Vision organization is committed to ensuring that every community in Gotu is at least ensured with light in their home, and more specifically, solar lights.
Through Northern Vision and with the support of our dear friends Kate Squire and Glenn Appel, along with others who share their belief in sustainability, we received 300 solar lanterns for Gotu. We've distributed them to students, women, and herders, families who live farthest from access to electricity. Each lantern brings connection, security, dignity, and hope into their homes. A small start, but a powerful light for our community's future.
Kwa majina naitwa Safi Wako, ni mama watoto 3. Zamani nilikuwa natumia taa ya mafuta na iko na moshi nyingi sana. Na sasa hivi tumepata solar light na iko na mwangaza mwingi. Usiku pia napika vizuri na kushona vizuri na watoto wangu wanasoma vizuri.
Turi ibsada kullen kamnu orinken akanumat orabisaf nyinchi fanu rayata am galat waga later ganne am mongazar ganne am fuma oriken tifana wajama bolin to kullen tinduft am tan galat waga sawajira lighting tendana aksinu wad gartani fuma bawjirti sawajir
With continued support and collaboration, there's still room to do more here in Isiolo and eventually across the whole of Northern Kenya, where light is most needed. At Northern Vision community-based organization, we believe that access to clean energy is not a gift, it is justice. Every family deserves the power to learn, to live, and to be safe under their own light. When GoTo shines and lights, we hope that communities like ours can see what's possible.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Another round of applause. I think there is evidence that only a little light can go a long way in transforming communities. And in that video, Champi, you argue that it's a justice issue. And that brings me to you, Tinashe. My question is, how does recognizing energy access as a climate goal strengthen the moral and justice dimension of our collective effort to address climate change?
Okay, thank you so much, Eugene. I think it is clear from the previous presentations that indeed this is a justice matter. Yes, it is a scientific issue, it is a policy issue, it is a business issue for others, but coming from the faith perspective, coming from a theological perspective, an ethical and moral perspective, we really need to amplify this matter in our discussions. It is unfortunate that until now, the matter has not been given the attention it deserves, particularly the accessibility aspect. From the concept note that you shared, it is clear that if we have access to energy, clean energy for that matter, we are guaranteed of our health right, our education right, and all other rights that you may think of. But this is not happening, and we really need to amplify it. And how do we do so? We need to ensure that in these discussions, the matter of accessibility of energy is actually one of the key issues, because at the moment we know that yes, we are supposed to be transitioning in courts for this matter, because as African, for example, as developing countries, for example, we are not even accessing the fossil fuel that we are supposed to be transitioning from. As a result, we need to be sensitive to the realities of the different contexts from where we are coming from. Otherwise, we will leave others behind. So the issue of being sensitive to realities is critical. And you will see that at the moment, the emphasis is to say that each one of us should decarbonize, each one of us should transition to another level. But you will see that, yes, we are supposed to be contributing to the mitigation measures. But we are saying we have not been responsible for this crisis that we are in, as some of our communities. As a result, the burden of mitigation should not be thrown into our burden, into our shoulders. In as much as we should contribute, but we should contribute based on the realities from where we are coming from. That is where the justice issue is coming from. And lastly, we also emphasize the aspect of support. There is critical support which is required here, support which can come in form of technical support, financial support, and even material support. I think you saw our colleagues here, they were giving out those lines. Those lines need to be bought. Those lines need to be developed. Where are we going to get that money? So we expect those who were responsible to also become very responsible in terms of supporting our processes. And in doing so, we don't expect them to be coming with the profit-minded agenda. We don't expect them also to be burdening us with more loans that can actually continue to raise our indebtedness. So the support should come in form of grants, in form of other means which are not further indebting us in as a way of contributing to the transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Apologies for the rain. I know those at the back are barely hearing us. I've also switched to a better microphone. I also noticed that mine was not the best. So apologies for the quality of the sound. But it's quite an interesting conversation if you were here up close and were able to follow without interruption what we are discussing. It is, we've been joined by Michael Webb, who is with Third Generation Environmentalism, and thank you so much for jumping in. I understand you've just arrived Belém, and this is your first stop, so thank you so much for jumping in. For a start, I would like you to very briefly react to some of the things that you've heard, but I have a specific question for you. It is very clear to us that decarbonization, there is no U-turn on that one. But can there be a transition that can be referred to as just if it leaves millions in darkness in Africa?
So, thank you. Is that coming through? Is that coming through? Better. Well, thank you, Eugene. I wasn't expecting to be on this panel today, but my colleagues have been working with Ujimwa and Patwa at particularly around the Africa Climate Summit. So we've got a really lovely developing relationship coming forward. So it's a great honour to come and join the panel today. Just for those of you that don't know E3G, we sort of do diplomacy around climate change and high ambition, and we have a small, wonderful team working in Africa. It's only a few of us, but we try and link up the sort of what the local priorities are into some of the multilateral negotiation space. So I guess we are very small, but we are trying to think about how we can connect the needs and priorities that we're hearing today into this really confusing space. So, I mean, just a couple of reflections on what I've heard. I think there is going to be a lot of debate this week about roadmaps and pathways. In all of that, I think we have to be really clear that in the next 4 or 5 days, there is something new that can happen. And that's exciting. But if we're going to do something new, it's got to be holding the feet to the fire of some of the countries that have built a lot of fossil fuel infrastructure, need to shut a lot of fossil fuel infrastructure and show the pace. But it's also got to show absolutely clearly how clean energy can be deployed really, really rapidly. So I'm not sure whether energy access should be bogged down in negotiations, but it should be a clear part of that way forward. And I also think it's not just about households and communities. This has got to be about how African nations get richer, become more prosperous, and that includes consumers, businesses, and new pathways with industrial development. So how do you use this abundant renewable resource with new ways of industrial manufacturing which adds value into African countries so they can have more wealth? So I think this transition from fossil fuels sometimes feels a bit backward-looking and a bit overly focused on countries that have polluted in the past. I think it has to be also signposting the resources and the pathways forward for becoming more prosperous, becoming more industrial, becoming richer. And if we can get that right, there's a real opportunity in the next 3 or 4 days to do something new that's not trapped in the negotiations. So I'd love to hear sort of views and opinions about that. And I just want to say how fabulous it is that we're going to have ACS3, and I think in 3 years, and before that, a COP32 in Ethiopia, which I think is just a fantastic springboard to work with and build momentum. Anyway, back to you, Eugene.
All right, we're going to be stuck with one microphone. This seems to be the best working microphone in the room. So what I want to do now is, we've heard initial ideas from the panel here, but I'm not sure we've covered the full breadth of issues that could be covered in this kind of conversation. So I'd like to invite Mokhtar to take that seat and try to facilitate an exchange between the audience and the panel, and then we'll come back to you for some final remarks. Mokhtar? And please do introduce yourself properly when you start.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the African. Welcome to the African Union House. We're very pleased to have you. I'm Mokhtar. I'm a part of the AUC Youth Negotiators, first batch. Of course, we are now having another batch. So, yeah. Could you hear me? Do you hear me? Like the rain is making sure that no one hears anyone. So I think the energy question is indeed, like as mentioned by colleagues, is something that is on the heart of African priorities, as many, like literally half of Africans are staying dark with incompatible with, that is incompatible with the climate justice that we are taking. So I will start from the moderators that was here. So I'm talking to Mr. Eugene. Like, how do you see the contradiction that Africa is actually now asked to decarbonize, and we still lack in basic energy services? Is that like, does that undermine climate justice from your perspective? Like, you were playing the facilitator. I'm now getting to you to be on spot.
All right. No, this mic really doesn't work. I'm going to use yours.
Okay.
None of them works, so we'll use this one. All right, so this is what I think.
Hello.
Just to be clear, I don't think that there's any debate about decarbonization. That's something we must do. But the justice question is at in terms of the double standards, all right? Where we see, as someone had pointed here earlier, a transition with the transitionals not all on the same starting block. Some are way ahead, have the resources to transition, have the technologies to fall back on if the transition doesn't go right, as we saw recently with Ukraine and COVID-19, and have benefited from being in that position. And the requirement then for those of us from the developing economies, especially those in Africa, is that we have to be part of this journey, but without the means to do so. Now, and it's not only about climate finance, it's also about investments in renewable energy. It doesn't make sense to me that everyone says that Africa has a huge potential for renewables, and we're only seeing under 2% investment in renewable energy in Africa. All the talk about increase in investments in renewable energy is not happening on the continent. So perhaps there is a more fundamental problem that we're missing, which is that this is really not a debate about the continent of Africa. The second thing is that while we look at it as a transition and as a means to address the climate crisis, it seems that for others, it's an issue of strategic and geopolitical interest. Who can secure access to raw materials for renewable energy? Who takes leadership in dominating the new energy landscape that emerges? And so even the foreign interests that have shown interest in renewables in Africa are doing so as part of an agenda that is attuned to the need to lead in the renewables race. So the United States wants to take the copper out of the copper belts of the continent. China is taking all the critical minerals it can lay its hands on. The discussions around green hydrogen, for example, is about cushioning the effects of geopolitical tensions on the gas in Europe. So Africa is not No, Africa is not a major shaper of the transition. And that is why we think that we need to have a completely different conversation about the energy transition on the continent. And that is why we strongly believe that this idea of energy access first, plus decarbonization, would attract the right kind of investment and the right kinds of policy choices and policy advice for the continent.
So having said that, I think it's time to go to you and to hear from you also. What are your perspectives after hearing from the panel and hearing from like different context and having different perspectives? So I'm gonna take some questions from the audience. We have different stakeholders working on different fronts, let's say, to make sure that Africa has that access of energy. Who wants to make the first question or intervention? I'll go to, yeah, please.
Thank you so much. I was still fearing the rains and I have to shout. So I'm Julius and I work for Equity Group Foundation, but also Equity Bank. So we have the social part and we have the financial part. And I feel that the financial institutions, the private sector, has been excluded from this discussion. But yet I believe they have a critical role to play because the financial institutions in Africa must also become the pathway for financing climate adaptation. And I want to speak on what we have done, not what has not been done. So we believe in transforming people's life. We believe in giving people dignity and then allowing them to create opportunity for wealth. And that's the model that we have used as Equity. We go to the most vulnerable communities and build their capacity, help them to have financial literacy, enterprise development, and then from there you bring them to feel that they belong and they can dictate and desire the life they want to live. And then from there, we have been able to actually ensure a disbursement of about 500,000 household solutions, not for free. We don't believe in give people for free. You build their capacity, empower them, and they are able actually to buy them. That's that we believe is more sustainable. So once they buy them, they take care of them, and they believe it's an investment. So we must change the narrative of tokenism to actually investment. People must have a value to say, I have been using this energy, but now I have been empowered. I am able to transition by will. Because we also have seen some solutions coming on board, given to people, not based on their desire, but then they keep them aside, and they continue using the other channel they have been able to use. I speak to that because I've worked with development corporation for many years. I worked with government and with the private sector, and I believe the solution is empowering people to make their own decisions. That's only when we're going to transform them for real. And once we build their capacity, we have gone ahead as a bank to digitize our lending so that if you're buying a 2,500 facility, then you don't have to go to the bank. You have your phone, you apply for the loan, you access and you buy, and you pay for it. There is dignity when you own a solution. So what we are advocating for is, as financial institutions, it is to allow people to be transformed by their own drive. They gain their dignity and make their own choices. I think for so long, we have allowed people to be made choices for by other people. But I think we have to own Africa problem, and we have to turn the problem to prosperity. Because energy, as much as the problem, is also a prosperity. It's also making money, because the vendors that we use are women having enterprises within the locality, within that area. And I think if we came together, because all of us have a role to play, we can actually transform Africa. Equity is in 6 markets. As I finish, we are in DRC, where clean energy is less than 1% of the population. And we want to utilize a model where you build the capacity of the vulnerable people. Use the DFIs to give a catalytic funding, because they have a role to play. But then we unlock the private capital and support the people holistically to be able to grow. On the just transition on the minerals, I think, as you mentioned about it, In DRC, for example, Equity Bank has made a deliberate decision that our investment or our support will be for people willing to add value within African soil. So our aim is that if you're a company, you have to be in Africa so that you add value, so that more people get jobs. The people who own the asset get more wealth, and we retain the wealth in Africa. That is our perspective, and that's my contribution. Thank you.
Very rich contribution. Thank you so much. Now we're hearing from, yes.
So my name is Faith Ngige from Kenya, the Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance. What I think observe in terms of energy access, especially in the light of adopting renewable energy, if I just look at the normal life I'm leading in Kenya today, as far as energy is concerned, we are accredited to having the much percentage of renewable energy. But what is evolving is the very high pricing of renewable energy in the economy, such that industries cannot afford. And if you look at it, the underlying factor is the high energy tariffs that makes even industry uncompetitive. Today, the price of our tariffs, even at home, the tokens, is becoming very unaffordable, even at the household level. So I am caught up in the mix between, does renewable energy make it harder for households to still cope with these matters of climate change, and what can we do? Because for me, it's becoming a paradox that is very difficult to solve, and that by itself, then you just go back to your business as usual models. How can we solve this paradox?
Yes, we want to hear from young people also here. Like, guys, you have a panel of young people here, and you have a young person moderating, so you have to contribute to this talk. Yeah, Dunya, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dunya Al-Khatib from Egypt. Actually, I'm an environmental engineer who study renewable energy. So this is my topic of study. But I see the struggle in renewable energy and access to energy in Africa in general is the local manufacture of the component of renewable energy. For example, solar panels and wind turbines, they are not manufacturing inside Egypt, except that we have the largest solar panel farm in Africa, Banban, in Aswan. And also we have wind turbine farms all over the Red Sea. But the struggle is we don't have, like, if any thing wrong happen for this equipment, we can solve the issue. We don't have local components in Egypt. So to enhance like the energy access, we need to manufacture it locally inside the country. We need energy transfer for our people to be able to like copy with all the technologies happen all over the world. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Another young person, if not, you, okay. If not, I'm going to come back to my panelists also to reflect on what you have said. I'll start by Mr. Matthew Webb. So, Mr. Matthew Webb, how can you reflect on the contribution that we've heard from our public, making sure that Africa has this just transition for all Africans?
Thank you. I'm agreeing with my host here. There is a huge question of fairness and equity, and a huge just element here. So I just agreeing with that wholeheartedly. And I think that my previous remarks about whatever we decide here about the way ahead for a planet that doesn't depend on fossil fuels has to have that firmly at the heart. So I think it's very important that you're making that case very clearly today, and I think it's really important the next few days that is properly reflected. I just listening to the comments here, I think, I don't know, the remarks about the Kenyan prices, I am really curious to find out more, because there are difficulties and pricing problems associated with the either where the tariffs, who they get borne by, or the other infrastructure that needs to be built alongside. It's not a simple transition, and it's easy just to look at the latest levelized costs of electricity of the production point and forget that there are issues in the way that they get deployed and cost points. So I'd love to know a bit more about where you're finding those points. We have different issues in the UK where we're still, we have certain fuels that set the price, and people blame it on low carbon. So it's when there are jolts on the pathway with price, people really don't like it, and it does make the politics really hard of the transition. But I think what I would say is that, going back to that point about somebody who was saying Africa needs to be a shaper, I think lots of countries right now are all staring at the fairly miraculous thing China's done to its economy, which is to turn it on its head in 15 years to become a clean technology superpower. And everybody is there going, well, the kit is really cheap, but can I make it? Can I fix it? Do I want to have that dependency? And I think it doesn't matter if you're Indonesia, it doesn't matter if you're Vietnam, it doesn't matter if you're Germany, everyone is contesting with the same problem. How do I shape the future and the value and the local content I get or protect? Which is, I think, where, I believe in collaboration, I believe in partnership, I believe in looking at the win-wins in this scenario. Because I think we're all trying to work out how we maximize that benefit and shape and not just take. I think there's a real commonality there that requires some more discussion and debate. Not negotiation, but actually, collaborative debate about how we move forward. Anyway, really interesting. Thank you for your inputs. It's really helpful.
Thank you so much. So let's have now a WWF perspective on this, but I'll make it difficult for you. We know that Article 7 on adaptation is said in its last word within the context of temperature goal mentioned in Article 2. Africa needs electricity in hospitals, in all adaptation sectors. How can that be achieved, and how can the world also support the African needs also for modern access to energy with the same, in parallel with keeping the pressure to phase out the fossil fuel energy? Like adaptation, Article 2, and Africa supports. Is it difficult enough, or should I put more?
I wish I could just give you a magic answer, but I can't. I think that, so many things that were said here are very, very important. You mentioned the roadmap to prosperity. I don't know if it's on the UNFCCC to sort out the problems in the world, but I think there are some very strong signals, political signals, that could be sent from here, if one of the outcomes is a roadmap to phase out fossil fuels, and I think energy access should be part of it. I don't think that, we need to negotiate energy access. The target is already there. SDG 7 talks about affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. And I think that, the adaptation piece is looking at it on the reliability aspect, because they want energy that is not impaired by natural disasters and this kind of thing. But I also agree very much that we should change the narrative for climate to be a development issue, because it is very connected to development. Many of the things that were pointed out here, when you talk about the health issues, black carbon, people breathing fumes, can be seen from an adaptation perspective. I think that when we talk about the need for finance, the need for capacity building, when we talk about means of implementation, the people in this negotiation, they love acronyms, and the acronym is MOI. we only think about the finance, but building the capacities, also technology transfer, how we bring those technologies to people. And the example of Egypt, you know, having the biggest solar generator, but you know, when there's a problem, we need to be able to fix that and etc. Those are all issues discussed in those rooms. So I think we need to connect them to the energy access. It's not going to be one answer, but the more we can get connections within the discussions of the global goal and adaptation, within the discussion on the just transition, within the discussion of, you know, how we respond to the global stack take, is how we can send the signals to the outside world that involves the MDBs, like he brought, and, you know, the investors, which is another world that we are talking about here. So, yeah, I don't want to sort out the problems here, but from here we can send strong political signals that this needs to be tackled. So that's my perspective on this. Sorry I can't answer the million-dollar question, but, you know, I tried.
You magically answered it. So I'll be going now to a very young person who inspired all of us, like with the first round, Mrs. Champiana, and I'll make it easy for you as a young person. So what I'm saying, what that will happen in this COP, and when it does happen, that you will come satisfied to the local community and you tell them the problems that we were suffering from in terms of accessing energy will be resolved because of the decision made in COP. What the thing that you young people, like whatever it is in just transition or in climate finance, that you're waiting for from these negotiations in COP?
Yeah. So, to answer your question, I don't know what it is that would happen, but if that thing happens and I'm able to tell my community, oh, okay, this is where I'm coming from. Faith has raised a very important thing on the affordability of these transitioning tools. And I will say, even from my community, we don't want to be seen as the typical stereotypic African story, the pity story. We don't want to be seen like that. We want to be seen as a place of resilience. And also what you had said, that the most important empowerment is when people feel dignified. And so even when we were getting this solar equipment, it wasn't just money from external donors, but we had a contribution from members of our community. And all of that, I would say, as much as there's success, it did come with a strain. So I don't know what exactly it is or how it would happen in COP, but if there's a way we can go back to our communities, or I can go back to my community and tell them, guys, it is now easy to afford to get whatever transitional tools we need to access clean energy and to access proper lighting, I think that would be the best case scenario.
Follow-up question, what do you think that our needs in terms of capacity building to make access to energy in local communities?
I don't know if it's capacity building that's the issue, because the main issue is we want the communities to adapt, so they need tools to adapt. So maybe capacity building through required tools that provides a good base for adaptation. For example, if we say that we no longer want to continue depending on pastoralism alone and we want to venture into farming because we have good soils and we have a river passing through our community, then we would need energy in order to pump water to come reach our farm. So the adaptation is not possible because there are no tools to help us be adaptive. So the capacity building would be in terms of resources, tools. I don't know if I've answered the question. Okay.
Thank you so much. Now, let's talk to the moral part of and the ethical part of the question. For you, how can COP30 reaffirms that just transition must include universal modern energy access as a moral obligation, not just a political dialogue and talks and negotiations?
Okay, thank you. I'm also not sure if I'm going to answer it directly, but I will also react to the earlier contributions by members of the audience. Yeah, I think for me, coming from the faith perspective in particular, and also looking at this thing from a moral and ethical justice perspective, I expect this COP to ensure that from here, everyone is included. And how is everyone included? If there is something to be done by the private sector, I'm happy the private sector, which is represented here, I just hope that everyone else coming from that sector is actually going to see this thing from his perspective, where he was emphasizing the issue of dignity, where he was emphasizing the issue of including them in the investment drive, not to include them as receivers of support, but as participants. So that is a critical thing that I'm expecting from all the other players that are coming from this sector. But he also touched on the issue of value addition. We are currently celebrating, particularly as Africa, the issue of the discovery of these critical minerals. It should not just be a celebration without any benefits coming to us. We expect this COP to find ways of ensuring that this critical mineral is also benefiting us in terms of creating the employment for us as we transition to the new energy system. So value addition is critical, happening in our own communities. But our sister from Egypt also touched on another critical issue, which I think from the moral perspective, we need to celebrate if it is going to be achieved. The issue of technological transfer. In my earlier submission, I indicated to say we really need support which can be technical support, financial support, or even material support. But at the same time, we should actually ensure that whatever is happening, Africans are able to benefit in terms of technological transfers. Then lastly, this one also goes to our own leadership. Whatever is going to be agreed upon, if it is any support, financial, material, whatever, technological, we also need to see transparency and accountability manifesting in how these things trickle down to the ordinary person who is aiming at transforming from the current energy systems to the new envisaged systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I will come back to Eugene. I want to hear your perspective around the adaptation, mitigation, interconnection, especially on Article 7 and Article 2, but also which entry point, always in that context, which entry points, like is it GGA and CQG, GST, or GT, that provides the strongest opportunity for energy access in Africa? Is it all of the above? Like what is giving us the best chance?
Thank you so much. Let me just perhaps start by commenting on something that was said. And I think the question of technology cannot be more crucial. This is what's going on. We have the sun. We have the wind. Except that the sun doesn't power anything until technology comes into the picture. So who really has the potential? It's not you who has the sun, it's the person who can develop the technology. It's China that's making the money from the solar energy industry. It's not African countries. So you can have all the sun you want, but if you don't have the technology, you're not going to do anything with it. We've seen that with the extractives. African countries don't even have the technology to take dirt out of the ground. The deforestation that is taking place in the Congo Basin is driven by chainsaws manufactured by steel and by a hammer. None of those technologies, even for the destructive, extractive work, the technology behind it is imported from the rest of the world. So the transition is going to require that homegrown technology becomes part of the equation. I don't think this idea of technology transfer is going to go. We need to start thinking about how do we build those technologies by ourselves. And there's plenty of evidence that the capacity to do that exists. All we need now is for our government to have a little more confidence in the young people who are already doing it. There is a renewable energy research center in Cameroon where they have been able to solve one of the biggest problems with wind turbines in Cameroon. Cameroon doesn't have very strong winds, but they've been tried, even through design, aerodynamics, to develop wind turbines that can continue generating electricity, even in the very quiet breeze. So the things happening on the continent. We just need to support and scale it and stop expecting China and the rest of the world to dump their technology. In any case, at some point, they're going to dump the technology when it becomes obsolete. Now, back to his question. I really still strongly think that if energy access is not part of the conversation, then it's a conversation that doesn't make sense for many Africans. Now, we want to double renewable energies. How do you double zero? We want to triple energy efficiency. How do you triple zero? So we need to have something to double and something to triple. At this point, 630 million people have nothing to double or triple. So if energy access is not part of the conversation, it means that a swath of Africa will be left out of the transition discussion. What about the African countries that don't have oil and gas or coal? Are they still going to be part of the discussion on phasing out fossil fuels? And the risk is that, and we are already seeing that if energy access is not part of the conversation, the risk of fossil dependence entrenching on the continent is going to go high. If you read the Africa Common Position on Energy Transition, the attitude is that all options have to be on the table, including fossil fuels. Because for them, without discussing how they are going to power their industries, how communities are going to be lit, how farms are going to be irrigated, how hospitals are going to store vaccines, it's not a conversation they want to be part of. And so if you don't want to have that conversation, they're going to do what they have already promised they want to do, use all the resources that are available. And when they say all the resources that are available, they're not talking about the sun and the wind. They're talking about oil and gas.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to another round and hearing also perspectives. We will come back to the panelists. Okay.
Sorry, it's terribly rude, but I have to go to another meeting. But I just wanted to say, firstly, thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you so much for the views, the real interesting opinions. I just found it very enriching, so hugely appreciative. And I just wanted to say two things, and this might be entirely wrong, but I guess this has been where E3G has been thinking about working with partners since ACS2, and that thing about what did you say, doubling nothing? I mean, that number of 300 gigawatts came back out of ACS2. We're seeing, there's a question, can we worry less about an abundance of solar PV panels that are arriving and think more about what we can do with the power they provide? Because the power stays with you, and then if you've got and I'm still struck by, that power will be with you for 25 years. And it's power for people, it's power for business, it's power for industrial processing in whatever way African countries determine that future and shape that future to be. But it's going to be different. It is going to be different to what happened in the UK or what happened in Germany or what happened in China. And I'd love to work with you, everyone here, to think about how we could support that self-determinism and that different way forward. But thank you so much. I'm sorry I've got to run. It's been wonderful.
Let's have a panel picture before you go, and then we'll continue. Yeah. Yeah, it's a mid-session picture, yeah. We just will have a picture. Going back to the second round, Dr. Mitika, could you please enlighten us in that?
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. And I can see, I think I wanted to raise, there are 2 points here. I was just wondering, how do we balance between energy access, climate goal, and prosperity? And I'm saying that because if you look at the overall debate on access, and for us, the movement, we look at the energy access as addressing the issue of fossil fuel divestment. And so, the debate in Africa has always been, and we in the discussion with the African Development Bank, and they differed in some instances, where there is a question whether renewables can power African industrialization. So, is it possible? And if we are talking about renewables, what are we talking about? What Shampi was Shampi's case, very important, decentralized, people-controlled, community-owned energy systems. So how do we balance between that? Because industrialization means powering countries and providing power. Without forgetting that we have a very good example, Eugene, with Ethiopia. Grand Renaissance Dam, which has potential of 5.5 gigawatts of power, potentially powering the whole of Eastern Africa. And so when you were talking about 630 campaign, powered by Africans themselves, you get it. This was resisted by anybody, including the US, World Bank, and those others. But Ethiopians contributed their own money, you know, because of that nationalism, until they are able to really put up their own. So it means, if we go to Ingandram, which can power the whole of Southern Africa, we would not, so it's not about the issue of money, because the Ingandram, the politics of Ingandram, they have been talking about generating and raising money from World Bank, which will never come. And so, I believe that we in Africa have we have the necessary resources. As you have seen, the technology is there. We have wherewithal, we have our resources, but the biggest challenge is political power. And so, it's because our countries, our majority of our governments are not like Ethiopia, who will stand and say, we are not looking for, by the way, Ethiopia the other day, they said they have reduced by their external debt by 80% or something like that. So how many other, because even now, we are really overburdened by debt, and yet when we are here, everyone, every delegation, and that's actually what has diverted our discussion, negotiations. We are here, this is a marketplace. Who is going to get what? Investment on renewables, on PV, on whatever, whereas we know we have the solution, we have the resources. And so, how do we ensure that then we balance between justice, between energy access for people like Shampi, and remember the energy which we get is not actually to go to the communities, is to drive and feed the elites at the end of the day. So we have really a lot of work to do. And so in such a discussion, we want organizations like WRI to tell us, yes, I know we have the biggest challenge here in Africa is adaptation, but we have realized that adaptation, in fact, can drive energy access. Because whereas Champi is talking about energy access, also they need to cook, they need to preserve medicine, they need to preserve food. Almost 2 tons of food which we have go into waste because of lack of preservation. So there is a very thin line between energy access and food access and food security. So how then that is going to be done on that one, first and foremost, is policy. Do we have incentives to do that? Let him leave it as such.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that enlightenment. Indeed, I think I need my panelists to reflect on that later, the balance between energy access, climate goals, and prosperity of our people. Any other contribution from the floor? You got your last chance. This is the last round. I'm getting back to you. Yeah, we got a lady from here.
Thank you. And I think for me, I've just been touched by this last contribution where he said the one thing I have been waiting to hear, the role of government in energy access. And I guess the big question in the room, even for Africa and for the continent is, when we say we are energy poor, do we know our actual energy needs? You know, do we know how much energy we need? Then we know what our deficit is, and how much renewables then we need to put to meet that deficit, and to also cover the energy that's coming through the non-clean or the ones that we need to decarbonize. So I am really happy to hear the conversation on the role of government in energy access. The question is, sorry I didn't get your name, but when you were saying that we need to have conversations, for African countries, do we have conversations on energy access in district development boards? Do we have those conversations in county governments? Do we have those conversations in our parliament on energy access? Because until the government comes in to invest, to prioritize, to put in policies on clean energy access, then I think we'll continue to depend on donors, we'll continue to depend on other countries. And if we are also not investing in research as African governments, in research and development of clean energy to cover the energy gap, then we will not progress. So I think I'm really happy to hear the conversation on governments and their role, and we need to have them here. I wish we had government here to give us their side of the story.
I hope we have government, some people representing the governments here, and maybe they are watching also online. Yeah, we got a young voice here.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohamed Haidara from the Gambia. I have a quick question. I know it's about the energy access transition. I just want to ask why the discussion is not focused on nuclear energy. We all know renewable energy is not enough. We cannot sell our fish for electricity. We create dam, we block the agricultural progress. We create dam, we block the fisheries industry. Why not we go for nuclear energy? This is my question. Why are we scared of going for that? And do you want to repeat the mistake Europe did? We see Europeans build dams. We have seen them building all sort of renewable energy, but it's not sufficient. Why not we go to the real deal? The real deal, I believe, is nuclear energy. Why not Africans are not discussing this area? Since we have uranium in Africa, why not we use what we have? Thank you.
Thank you so much. To reflect on the government issue, I've heard a young voice telling that it's only on climate spaces that he found him and his government demanding the same thing. Like they're demanding climate access, climate finance, access. So indeed, governments have responsibility, but I think we all have it's a shared responsibility on all of us. And it's a movement that we have to deliver by the end. So I will get last reflections from my panel as we're running out of time. Just 2 minutes reflections on the last round of contributions. I'll start with you.
Okay. There has been so much rich discussion, it's really hard to reflect, but I think we need to consider energy access, and I'm all for, making this a key theme in negotiations. And I hope this signals, a different future for Africa. One that builds from the lessons of old models, like, for example, oil and gas are not the solution, and we need to phase out those fuels. And I think also recognize the power and the importance of Africa. For example, the discussion on critical minerals is a key one, and Africa must be at the center, not only as a source of critical minerals, but as an actor, with rights included.
Yes, I think mine would be mostly to express gratitude for organizing this panel. even as a young person and a grassroots organizer sitting here, I have learned so much I've noted down. And at the end of the day, everything I've gathered and everything also I had to share is leading to the fact that access to energy is what adaptation looks like to the frontline communities. Thank you.
Yeah, for me, indeed, the issue of accessibility of energy is a justice matter. But the issue of the role of government, which emerged, is also critical. But how do we ensure that the government is leading us? Let's go for the value addition. Let's protect our critical minerals, and let's utilize them for the benefit of the local communities, so that at the end of the day, we guarantee the accessibility of energy. Thank you.
So, thank you. That was a very tough question about nuclear. I'm going to get to that. But let me say what I think in terms of what is going to happen. I think what we're going to see is a mix. But this is how I think that mix is going to look like. You're going to have all kinds of energy sources and technologies within any given system, any given country, any given context. But you're going to also need to position those technologies according to need. So perhaps with what Dr. Mwenda was saying, if it's providing quick access to lighting, you just want to get people out of darkness, you're going to need solar, you're going to need wind, you're going to need standalone solutions, you're going to need mini-grids. But when you start thinking about powering agriculture, powering schools, powering social infrastructure and whatever, you're going to need something a little more complex than that. It's going to be moving away from those standalone solutions to begin to take shape in a combination of technologies and sources. But once you get to the industrialization end, you want to power factories, you want to do that, you're going to need something else. And I think that's where you can position the conversation about nuclear. And I think it's picking up. This is what I think. If the problem of nuclear energy is safety and environmental concerns, if that's the only problem, because that's the only thing we hear, it's a problem that can be solved. The technology has advanced. We can build safer nuclear power plants. I don't think it's a safety and environmental concern debate. But I don't also think that this is the space to discuss exactly what the problem with nuclear energy is. So it's not, I don't think the problem is that it's unsafe and it's environmentally hazardous. I don't think that's the problem. And I don't even think it's a problem of cost, because that's the argument we hear. The problem lies elsewhere, and that problem is more difficult to resolve than this technical discussion we're having. I'm going to leave it there before I say something that will land me into trouble.
You're safe, you're safe. So, thank you so much. Thank you for your contribution all, and thank you so much, our panelists. Let's continue the fight to recognize energy access as a climate goal in the UNFCCC, and let's continue to fight for the 600+ million that we left back in the dark in Africa. Thank you so much.
Can you please take your seat? The event is going to start now. Are we ready, Sonia? Okay, I think we are going to start. Welcome to the Africa Pavilion. As you can see on the screen, we are hosting a very special event on African Development Bank's climate solutions in conversation. So it's going to be, a very informal conversation around some of the initiatives the African Development Bank is championing. So before we do that, let me thank you for joining us for this conversation on accelerating climate resilient and sustainable development in Africa. You may already know that Africa is on the front lines of the global climate crisis because many countries, if not all, are already experiencing rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and growing vulnerability. Yet, Africa is also a climate solutions powerhouse with vast renewable energy potential, critical minerals, and some of the world's most important carbon sinks. As the African Development Bank, our role is really to help unlock this potential through integrated transformation and climate action. Under the leadership of our new president, Dr. Sidi Ulta, we have recently adopted a renewed direction structured around 4 strategic priorities, referred to as our 4 cardinal points. Those cardinal points are guiding us in our work. Let me quickly mention them. The first one is on enhancing access to capital in order to unlock Africa's financial potential and scale up investment. The second one is on reforming and consolidating financial systems to strengthen resilience and increase the continent's influence. And the third cardinal point is on harnessing Africa's demographic transformation through innovation, skills, and job creation, especially for the green transition. And the last one, the fourth cardinal point, is on building climate resilient infrastructure and value chains to secure sustainable and long-term growth. The initiative we are discussing today will be focusing on circular economy, climate information services, and green finance. Those initiatives contribute directly to the 4 cardinal points I have just spoken about. And they will illustrate how the bank integrates innovation, information, and investment to drive climate action at scale. Before we begin the session, it is my pleasure to introduce a video message from our Vice President for Power, Energy, Climate Change, and Green Growth, Dr. Kevin Karuki. He's not there, he just left, but he sent that message as part of our COP30 engagement. This message reinforces the bank's commitment to helping African countries deliver on their climate ambitions. So if we are ready, let's play the video. The video, please.
Ten years after Paris, central to the global climate agenda. The African Development Bank is therefore proud to partner with the Brazilian COP30 presidency, whose priorities include climate adaptation, resilient building, as well as accelerating implementation of the Paris Agreement. The Brazilian COP30 presidency priorities resonate perfectly with Africa's expectations from Belém. Africa bears the brunt of the impacts of climate change, despite contributing the least, a mere 4%, to greenhouse gas emissions, and there is no respite in sight. If anything, more frequent and increasingly severe extreme weather events are forecast. This is why the African Development Bank continues to play a central role in Africa's climate action. Since the Paris Agreement, the African Development Bank has committed nearly $30 billion towards the continent's climate action, of which 60% has been for climate adaptation, essentially restoring ecosystems, protecting forests, and building resilient food, water, as well as energy systems. This is in part to support Africa's transition to a stronger and more climate-resilient future. In Belém, we therefore seek to showcase Africa's leadership on climate adaptation and resilience through initiatives such as the Climate Action Window and Mission 300, whose goal is to provide additional 300 million people with electricity access by 2030. This is also why the African Development Bank welcomes the Tropical Forest Forever Fund that seeks to protect the world's vital ecosystems and strengthen global climate solidarity. We are confident that Africa's rich forest and biodiversity will benefit from the facility, thereby strengthening the continent's adaptive capacity and resilient building, not for the continent's survival, but for a thriving Africa. Join us at the African Pavilion, the MDB Pavilion, and the Evidence for Climate Action at COP30. Together, let's turn ideas into impact.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Please put your hands for him. So thank you again for listening, for being here. We'll now move directly to our short presentations, which will give you an overview of the bank's work across three critical areas. These are circular economy, climate information services, and the African Green Bank Initiative. After the presentations, we'll invite you to join our Knowledge Cafe. It's already open, where you will have the chance to engage directly with our experts. They are already on the tables. Exchange practical insights and explore opportunities for collaboration, including a specific table on West Africa with our regional climate change officer for West Africa. We encourage you to circulate among the tables and ask questions. Make the most of this interactive format while enjoying a drink or some slight snacks on the tables. We will end the event at 7 p.m. sharp. Thank you once again for being here and for your continued commitment to advancing climate action in the African continent. To begin our presentation, it is my pleasure to give the floor to first Ms. Davina Milenge, our Chief Program Coordinator of our special initiative. After Davina, we'll also hear from James Kinyangi here on this table on our climate information services, and also after James, we'll hear from Gareth Phillips here on my right on green financing. I hope my colleague Aruna will also join us for the West Africa table on climate action. So without further ado, over to you, Davina, to tell us more about the bank's work on circular economy initiatives.
Thank you, Alhamdu. And I think it's a long day, early evening. So it's, I think, a good time to speak about the circular economy. Refresh your energies. And so as my manager said, I lead our circular economy work, and that's what I'll take you through very quickly. If I can get my slides moving. I think it did move. Let me go back a bit. Sorry. Okay. Oops. Okay. I'll need some technical support here. Thank you. Right. So, do you recognize these numbers? How many of you know about circular economy, by the way? Show of hands. Recycling, reuse, reshape, repurpose. That's the opportunity. On emission reductions, great potential. On, it's now called urban mining, resource mining from e-waste and all the materials that have to be regenerated. Then on the green jobs, you can see the opportunity. And then, of course, in the NDCs, as you know, we are now into the NDC 3 phase, so there's a lot of interest on how to generate climate benefits from the circular opportunities. Some of the circular solutions, oftentimes, that is not connected, but I really want to point through 4 areas where we see very direct opportunities. One is, and the one that we're very familiar with, is on the plastic waste. So the recycling and organic waste, and of course, e-waste recovery, there's a lot of both adaptation and mitigation benefits. We're talking about clean oceans when the plastic is collected from, or not even dumped in the oceans. The second one is around the built environment. And this is with efficient resources, recovery of circular construction material, wastewater recycling, energy recovery, integrated waste management, and regular maintenance of built environment, whether it's roads or bridges or any other built environment. And then, of course, sustainable mining of material. Another pillar is on manufacturing, circular manufacturing, again, related to use of material that has been giving it a new life, and then also in product design, that we design in a way that we don't have to extract new material. In remanufacturing and recycling, and then of course in the textile use. The last one is, and I think that we are very familiar with, is in the agriculture space, regenerative compost use, and then of course post-harvest solutions. These all form benefits from the circular economy. Now, this is what we are doing at the African Development Bank. This is all new. This is about less than 5 years old. So we have a Africa Circular Economy Facility that promotes policy work, that promotes SME development, and also promotes engagement and coalition. Part of the Africa Circular Economy Facility work is to drive, many of you know about the Africa Circular Economy Alliance, which is country-led, and ideally, as the continent looks into circular solutions, there's also a political coalition around the alliance. So specific on the Africa Circular Facility, it has 3 buckets. One is that we will do circular economy if we have national roadmaps, national policies that drive circularity. The second one is that we engage on the SME support, because we see that resource. You go to all our cities, you'll find youth and the informal sector really very engaged. And this is where we see a lot of potential. Then the third one, of course, is political coalition, so that there is an African voice on a global scale through the Africa Circular Economy Alliance. So, speaking about the alliance, this is a country-led. The Africa Development Bank only hosts the secretariat. It's countries that have come together to drive this agenda. And so far, we have 22 member countries. Tanzania is here to join, so take watch. So these are the countries that are members of the alliance. The idea is to create as many purple colors so that there is a continental drive for this. In that alliance, they have prioritized these 5 areas. They're called 5 big bets, where the opportunity lies for the continent. It's in the build systems, in the food system, sorry. It's in the plastics and packaging. It's in electronics, it's in fashion and textile, and it's in the built environment. This is where the alliance is focusing to ensure that we drive circularity. And on the right, you can see is all the opportunities therein. You may have heard that this year, the African Union launched the Africa Circular Economy Action Plan, a 10-year plan, 2024-2034. And the idea is that that plan will drive circularity with the intentions, of course, of the Agenda 2063. But clearly, what we do at the bank and through ASEA is to ensure that that action plan is resourced and implementable. Then the next work we've done is around standards. Circular economy really can only survive if you have the right metrics. Other than that, you're going to be greenwashing or circular washing. And so with the Africa Standards Organization, we were able to create a standard on recyclable plastic, and that is online if you go on the Africa Circular Economy Alliance website. So that is some of the standards that we are putting in place to ensure that with the circular programs, there's already standards that relate. The also already has standards around built environment and electronic standards that relate to the built environment. Now, in terms of circular policies, these are country roadmaps. And so over the 2 years, we've been able to develop 4. You might have seen that there was a call for proposal for more. We are looking to scale them to 7. And there is growing interest in countries to develop roadmaps that are very specific on circular economy. What does this serve? For any investor to look into the circular space, the first point of call is a roadmap to ensure that what they're doing is aligned with the national policy. So this is very important work and would encourage more countries to embark on it. More on what we are doing around the circular built environment. Now, built environment is around doing better in terms of design, in terms of resource use, whether with wastewater management. And what we are doing in that space is we have a project, a multi-country project that looks at how government procures for their built environment. And so we have one multi-country project that looks at Kenya, Ghana, Mauritius, Senegal, Tunisia, and South Africa. And it's looking at circular procurement, it's looking at standard and finance alignment, and then resources around the carbon impact. That's one project of what we are working on around the built environment. In terms of the circular space, SME space, we, since last year, have been doing SME incubation hubs. The first ones were in Accra and Kigali and Abidjan. The second one is what you're seeing there. We are scaling up to now cover Zimbabwe, Benin, Angola, Sao Tome, Rwanda, Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire, which were the additional ones. So for those 3 ones, we are scaling what we did in the first space. And this is about looking at businesses that are already in the circular space, but are looking to scale. And so we give business-to-business support to enable them to grow. And ideally, the idea is that once these are able, then we bring in other financial drivers, whether it is national banks or our own portfolio as the Africa Development Bank. This is another project that we're working with as an internal bank project in the transport sector, using old tires to reinforce roads. This is a built environment example. And they're doing a feasibility study in those many countries to look at how they would use this wasted resource or waste to reinforce to reinforce the roads in those countries. And clearly it has benefits on employment, it has the market conversion of waste into infrastructure value, and of course systemic efficiency and the cost advantage. Lastly is on producer responsibility organizations around e-waste. Because as the waste comes in, there is need to organize the system within, in this particular case, it's within the private sector federation, that they have structures that they enable for this system to work. So what this project does is to operationalize the EPR schemes, the extended producer responsibility systems in the e-waste system, and then converting a fast-growing risk into an industry opportunity. That also looks into policy reforms, but built within the country's private sector federation so that it can manage a system on producer responsibility within the e-waste management. So that was my last slide to give you a flavor, but right here I have my table, so anybody who wants to do or learn about circular economy, you're welcome to the goodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Davina. It's always very difficult to go after a lady. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So I try to be brief because I think myself and Gareth are standing between you and your snacks. But my name is James Kinyangi. I am the coordinator of the Climate and Development Special Fund at the bank, but also the coordinator of the Climate Action Window. So they say data is the backbone of decision making. So with good data, you can translate that into good evidence for decision making. So you can make good decisions. Without data, it becomes difficult for us to make decisions. And so that's why with data, we know that Africa contributes less than 4% of global emissions. With data, we also know that our GDP per capita is around 13.6, is suffering around 13.6% losses. And we know, because we are sustaining these losses, we need to cut damage, so we know information that's available within 24 hours can allow us to cut as much as 30% of the damage that is happening to our economies. And we know that with good information, with good data, mortality can be 6 times lower when robust early warning systems are in place. We also know that only 40% of Africa is covered by early warning systems, so only 4 in 10. So we have 6 in 10 of our population of 1.5 billion, which is close to 900 million people, that do not have coverage from life-protecting early warning systems. But we have a problem. If you look at our infrastructure for weather observation and collecting data to develop our early warning systems, it's dilapidated. Most of it is out of commission, is not working. If you look at my colleague Marcus Walsh, likes to walk around with a map that shows all of the dark spots where Africa is not covered with observation stations. And if you look at that map, the map is full of dark spots. And he told me yesterday when I met him here in the corridors, he told me, James, your map is growing worse. It's growing more dark spots. So we have this ugly map with dark spots that show that our stations are either out of commission or are not reporting. And the funding for keeping our stations under function is insufficient. But if you have no connection to stations, just remember part of the reason why you got here safely is because the weather observation infrastructure at the airport was able to send information to your pilot who was arriving with the aircraft in order for your aircraft to land safely. So remember that. Now, yeah? Okay. I was going to say that at the bank, we have a very aggressive program of pursuing how to close that data gap. Because we know that we've done the cost-benefit ratios, we know it is beneficial for African countries to close this gap, and we know that there's a dollar gain on countries that are able to close this gap. And we are working with others, including the Africa Union Commission, who commissioned our space agency program to make sure that we are not just collecting surface observations and upper air observations, but we are able to do what we call take the historical grid data, and we are able to blend that with satellite data to improve the accuracy of predictions. So we have a very aggressive approach. We are part of the Hydromet Alliance that's bringing together all the partners that are working under the Systematic Observation Financing Facility, and we are investing close to $2.3 billion in adaptation efforts through projects that are providing one or two or more elements of early warning. These projects, we have several examples of these projects in many African countries. I will not go through those. But where I think one of the impacts can be, if you think about a water body like Lake Victoria, which is, I believe, is the second largest freshwater lake in the world. The navigation map that they have for Lake Victoria was produced in 1896. It has never been updated. So essentially, if you have a boat and you want to go and sail on Lake Victoria, you sail without any navigation aids, and you sail without having information of any weather changes that are going to take place. And so you're exposed to the risks of getting an accident or capsizing on the lake. Suffice to say, many accidents have already taken place in the lake. Many people have lost their lives. But we are glad one of these projects for the Lake Victoria Basin Commission is going to be able to allow them to collect the information that will be necessary to produce an updated navigation map for Lake Victoria. Lastly, let me say that the bank is doing more. We are looking at our instruments, the Green Climate Fund. All of the resources we are mobilizing for the Green Climate Fund, we are making sure that there are projects mainstreamed within our Green Climate Fund portfolio that also provide the countries with the resources to expand and grow their climate information system, the climate information systems. Through the Systematic Observation Financing Facility, we are making sure we are bringing together the partnerships that are leveraging on the resources that are available under SOF, more than $70 million, together with those that we can blend from the climate action window and other windows to make sure that we are getting the investment that is going to this place. And I'll be happy to discuss some of those specific examples with you on the table. Thank you very much, Sonia.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Gareth. I just lost my slides, so now I need to find them again. Okay, so I know those two said they were going to be quick, and they took like 15 minutes each. So I know, and I'm standing between you and having a lovely snack and drink and so on. So I will go quickly through the African Green Banks Initiative. So actually it's managed by my colleague Audrey Cynthia Yamajako. She wasn't able to come on the COP delegation, so I'm presenting in her place. But I was involved in the early work on the African Green Banks Initiative, so I'm not totally clueless about the concept. So what we know, highly vulnerable continent, we only get about 3% of global climate finance, so that's not new, and James talked about the importance of data on that front. We know that there are significant climate financing needs. Look, I mean, there's lots of different numbers out there, but $2.8 trillion is the estimated cost of the NDCs by 2030, and we mobilize about $300 billion of climate finance at the moment. So we're short by about 2.5 trillion. 2.5 trillion is such a huge number that, I mean, really, you know, what we mobilize is probably already within the margin of error on those kinds of numbers. So we really have a tremendous amount to do. And we know that the climate investment gap threatening Africa's climate resilience is growing. We know that we mobilized about $30 billion last year, but it's less than 15% of what we need. So we have to come up with a good solution, and that is to mobilize additional funds and make them available for investments into African projects. So this slide is a little bit small for you to read, but it lists some of the main challenges that we face in mobilizing resources. So first of all, we have a lack of country-specific investments. We don't have pipelines of projects. So the African Green Bank Initiative will help this by focusing on local and regional level needs, and it will focus specifically on supporting the implementation of NDCs and national adaptation plans to deliver on sustainable development goals, but at a local scale, meeting national needs. Secondly, we know that there's a huge financing gap. We talked about the size of that gap overall. And we know that there's a problem in the cost of borrowing and in local currency issues. So the solution to that with green banks is that we will mobilize concessional funds, and we will mobilize funds in local currency. For example, we believe that green banks can tap into diaspora flows, for example, money coming in from people living overseas in local currency so that we can invest in local currency and pay back some of those loans or those investments in local currency. So a lot of interesting areas to look at there. Poor access to relevant funding. We know that it's very hard to access the international mechanisms. If any of you here have worked with the Green Climate Fund or the Adaptation Fund, you know how difficult it is to mobilize those resources. When we build a green banking facility at a national scale, then we will be able to focus on direct access and smaller ticket sizes. You know, you can't go to the Green Climate Fund for less than 10 million. I mean, the transaction costs just aren't worth it. And yet we have many small-scale context-specific projects that just need $50,000, $100,000. 10 million is not what they need, but you can't get a small amount of money. We have a lack of bankable pipelines, so we can work on building capacity, technical support through the preparation, through providing project preparation facilities. And we know that we need enhanced sustainability to include that we have insufficient capacity in sustainability at financial institutional level. So we can build that capacity by building institutional capacity, by helping banks build and set up policies, recruit staff, train, and so on that will provide that. Hang on. Now I've pressed this 3 times, so you know what's going to happen. It's going to go to my last presentation. No, okay, all right, we're on the second. Good, okay, we're good. So, carrying on, we will set up, the idea is to set up green banks using what we call the green bank blended finance model. Now, what this means is that we specifically mobilize money from different investors who are willing to support green investments, and we find the most concessional, which is most likely the Green Climate Fund, We have money from the African Development Bank, and then we might have money from development finance institutions, impact investors, and maybe even some commercial investors. And we bring all that money together and blend it in a way that enables us to manage the risk from different projects and lend to those particular activities. The green financing vehicle or green bank can be created from an existing financial institution. You might already have a national development bank that would like more focus on green banking. You might have an existing private facility that wants to do that, or you might want to create a new one. We have all different kinds of examples, so that means that we're very flexible in the way that we set it up. The intention is that the vehicle will then become the financing vehicle for green investments, but it doesn't have to be the only one, especially in some of the larger economies in Africa. We might have multiple green financing vehicles. And what we will create is, within each vehicle that we work on, we will have two facilities. One will be a project preparation facility, which will give grants and preferably reimbursable grants for project preparation. So when we say a reimbursable grant, we mean we give you the money to do the feasibility study, prepare the projects and so on. And when that project reaches financial close, in your financing package you include money to repay that grant. And that means we can reuse it for somebody else. The second facility is then the project lending facility, and that's where we have the concessional finance, long-term maturity, grace periods, lower rates of interest and so on. And then we will run these two facilities in order to build a pipeline and lend to projects. Oops, hang on. These two programs I mentioned, within our Green Bank initiative, we now have two distinct activities, two phases to the process of building capacity. The first is where we build capacity within the institution. So we mobilize some grant funding, we work with the institution to create the governance structure, to train staff, to help build a pipeline, build capacity, and so on. That's the technical assistance side. And then on the financing side, we then mobilize the resources to enable you to lend. The beneficiaries that we see across all of these activities are governments, private banks, public banks, and microfinance institutions. And the selection criteria, because this is often a question that we're asked, is how do you get selected for this? First of all, we need alignment with the African Green Bank Initiative strategy. We need alignment with the African Development Bank indicative operational program. So it means if you're already potentially borrowing money from the African Development Bank, then that gives you a significant advantage. We need strong commitment from the financing institution itself, and then we need appetite from the donors. We have to raise money from donors for this work, and we need the donors to say, yes, we want to support these countries. That helps us mobilize the resources. Next up, we talk about the fast developing initiative. We've moved quite quickly. Davina's circular economy is about 5 years old. We're similarly around the 4 to 5 year old mark. This started with funding from the climate investment funds in 2021. We published a report looking at the potential for green banks. It's still a very relevant report, actually. It's still a very interesting read. We launched the initiative at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. And we are now in 2023, we launched the pilot phase where we actually started working with some institutions. And now in our final phase, we are launching our knowledge pillar, where we are building a community of practice. We're publishing some knowledge products. We have a Green Banks report, and we're also participating in an annual gathering called the Global Green Bank Summit. So we've now completed the development of the program. We didn't say where we're working, maybe I missed that. We're working right now in CDC in Benin, Caisse de dépôt et consignement. They have completed the capacity building phase. They're now moving into capitalization, raising money. We are building capacity in Banque Nationale Investissement in Côte d'Ivoire. So there we're doing the capacity building, and we'll soon move to raising finance. Next in line is Crédit Agricole in Morocco. And then we have yet to select a bank in Egypt. And then possibly Kenya will be after that. And we already completed this process for Ireme in Rwanda, the Rwanda Green Investment Facility, where we worked with them to build capacity, and we raised $50 million of concessional finance from the Green Climate Fund to help capacitate them. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will stop there and look forward to welcoming you to my lovely table, and we can talk more about green banks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for following the presentation. Now we have the interactive session. You can join our tables. We have Garrett here talking about green banks, but he can talk about several other items and topics because he's the manager of the climate and environment and finance. We have Davina for the circular economy initiative at the African Development Bank. We have James for the climate action window and the ClimDev special fund for Africa. And we have also Arona. Et si vous venez de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, vous pouvez interagir avec Arona. Et voilà, c'est tout. Et profitez bien. Enjoy. Thank you for the interpretation.